Yeah, slight sorry about that, Jazzy. Yeah, I do. The one thing that I do have for moderation is an excessive use of cat locks. So yes, you will be timed out just briefly for that. But yeah, we've been raided. So thank you on top for that. And yeah, thank you for your stream that you were just finishing up. It's nice to have a little catch up with you and chat over things. Hey Ray, how's everyone doing? So yes, this stream is earlier than usual because Odd Top wanted to be able to pass over and raid to me so we could have a little bit of a chat before things get started. So how has everyone's day been so far? Mine's been pretty decent, pretty standard, nothing too much to comment or I suppose really complain about, but hopefully we'll be able to have something in a moment, preferably the former rather than the latter. So because this stream is a little bit early, I am going to be popping off for a moment and just getting together myself some snacks and a drink. But we're obviously just waiting for the countdown on this to begin anyway. So let me just have a look at a couple of things. So we left off with our Crusader Kings 3 stream where we were just about, well, we'd just been kind of kicked off the Welsh throne by, I think it was our uncle. And so we now have a challenge to be able to try and reclaim the throne. So I have had a look at things. So I did play ahead a little bit, which is one of the things that thankfully I could do without messing up our actual stream, because I could do a just bunch of things for testing purposes just to see how things would turn out. And I was also talking to Oddtop when some of that was going down. So Oddtop is, sorry, I'm not quite sure what pronouns do you use, Oddtop? I just want to make sure I get them correct. But anyway, I was sending a few messages through and kind of saying what was going on. So someone has had a little preview of things that were happening, and we're going to be seeing how that progresses. For today, we may have to do a little bit of reworking, and it may end up being a situation where I kind of call it and we just completely restart because I've done too many things wrong. Hello, Parsin, how are you doing? Okay, and before the timer runs out, I'm going to let you or people have a bit of a chat. I have tweaked my bot a little bit, so please tell me if the bot is sending too many messages too quickly for people's likings, and I will try and tune it and turn it down a bit. And good to hear you're feeling better, Huparsin. Yeah, I need to go and grab myself a few bits to eat and drink because this was admittedly starting a little earlier than usual. I haven't even been able to send out all of my notifications on Discord and Twitch yet. So if you just give me a moment, I'll avoid you seeing me pulse all kinds of weird poses while I just quickly pop up and get some food. It's okay, Odd Top, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll be better prepared next time. And I'll actually get Crusader Kings 3 loaded up so you've got at least a little bit of that music to listen to. And that will be loaded up before the countdown timer starts. So I'll be back in well, hopefully 2 minutes and 30-ish seconds. Okay, I have got enough stuff that is probably just about last me a couple of hours. Okay, and yes, I did put a hydration bot on. So I'm also planning when I actually get oh, okay, I need to actually transition because the countdown timer has ended. I was going to say, why are you not picking up the game? But there it is. So I have also made a few changes as well, just a few little formatting things. But yes, I was thinking that when I actually do get affiliateship, which I'm hoping is going to be very soon, that I'm actually going to be able to do a couple of obviously kind of loyalty points and get a actual hydration reminder. And I already know what I'm going to do because I am going to snip a bit of Garrus from Mass Effect 1, stay doing his remember to stay hydrated thing, because I have always been amused by that. Okay, just give me one more moment and then I will be completely ready. Because my cat turned on my partner's computer and I needed to go and turn it off. And also what I need to do while I get all this set up as well is Twitter alerts, Discord alerts, get everything done. So yes, Mass Effect, yes, I love it. And also if you have Xbox Game Pass for both either PC or Xbox, you can actually play the original trilogy and the Mass Effect Legendary Edition because it is on both of them. Hello little brethren, how are you doing today? I'm a little bit behind, so I am just putting through my notifications. So let's just do that and get that done. So I have said this to a couple of people already. We may be in a situation where we are going to be going back and starting again, just honestly because we may find ourselves in a situation where we have a game over. Okay, that didn't actually copy the URL, sorry, let me just do that again. Yes, how is everyone doing? Goodness. I'm usually more prepared than this. This is not a good start. Okay, there we go. And to the Discord. Just to make sure that people who don't necessarily get my notifications through can still get them. And one more. Okay, right. On top. Yeah, you did throw me off my groove a tiny bit, I will admit that. But we're all sent. So we are all sent. Messages have been sent through. So let's load up where we were last time, which I think was this one. Last played 3 days ago. Monday, Sunday. Yeah, Saturday. There we go. Okay, yeah, Saturday. Okay, let's load in then. So we may be just having a complete do-over of this because I unfortunately... Oh, I actually just saw a horse flick up. So maybe someone has a... Well, maybe it was actually just loading up the things because I did also see our character in prison and now he is not. So this was where we left off last time, and please excuse me while I munch on a few things during the stream. So this was where we were last time. We have been excommunicated, so basically anyone can kind of now come to war with us and say that they're doing it for the good of Christendom. So let's unpause and see what happens. Just set it down to a slightly lower speed. So I will be talking about a couple of things that happened kind of like in the alternate universe version of this, just because some of it was fairly unexpected. Let me just say that. So, okay, new stewardship perk. Let's go for defensive measures. Okay, one faction has thankfully disbanded, which is good to see. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Oh, no, it's been re-established again. No, it's been disbanded. Nope, it's been created. Yeah, I swear in the patch notes they said they fixed this. Aww. It's always good to see our little kitty. Oh, speaking of Odd Top, how's your cat? Jasper, was it? I don't think I asked what kind of cat he is, like what fur colour and pattern he has, because I don't know what it is, but I'm just imagining a cat called Jasper is an orange tabby. So anyway, that loses us 20 stress. So we are still fairly stressed out. So we do probably actually want to reduce that stress a tiny bit as we go, because it is admittedly a bit too high. So one thing I noticed in our test runs was that we can go up here and it's must be okay. I can't find it at the moment. Oh dear. Okay, I can't find it at the moment, but there was an option to actually click on something which I can't find right now and actually demand that we have the Welsh throne. Ah, wait, no, I remember, because we need 50%. So unfortunately, our liege has decided that yes, we need to go in prison. So what that is actually going to do for us is, well, the last time this didn't end well. The last time didn't end well. Okay, yep, so we've lost the Principality of Gwynedd. So I strip you of this title for the greater good of the realm. Odd Top, Jasper, black and white kitty. I think his breed is domestic short hair. Yeah, basically 90% of cats around are just going to be a domestic short hair. Because that is the cat version of a dog being just called mixed breed. Yeah, black and white. So is he a little tuxedo, as in he's got like a small stripe of white down his belly, or is he more like half and half? How is my clever mischievous boy? When I was getting all these bits together just for the snack, I had to shoo him out of the cupboard because he was going in there to investigate. Like, Ollie, I don't have time for you to do this now. So anyway, yes, so we've lost that title. And what has that specifically done for us? We still have one title and we still have a county. Ollie and Jasper must never meet. They will take over the world. Yes, they will. They indeed will. Mm. I would say they'll be Pinky and the Brain, but no. They'll both be Pinky or they'll both be Brain. So yeah. So of course, actually speaking of Pinky and the Brain, there's a theory going around that Pinky was actually the genius of the two. That Pinky was the genius of the two rather than Brain, because who kept on thinking up those ridiculous plans to try and take over the world, and who was the one who seemed to say something completely random that actually would come true in the episode. So yeah, it's an interesting theory, I'll say that. Especially if you listen to the song and you realise that because of the rhyming things, it basically goes Pinky and Genius, and then Brain and Insane. But yeah, okay, so we've had one title revoked from us. So what can we do? So unfortunately, we don't have any money to ransom ourselves. He wouldn't accept to get a favour on us, and unfortunately we don't have any kind of hook for him. Okay. The bot is annoying me. So let me just stream. Let me just actually go down to that and see if I can rectify it a tiny bit. Because it is starting to slightly annoy me. I'm not quite sure if it's actually... Okay, let's do that one for that long. Let's do that one that long, and let's do this one for... Okay, let's try that, because the bot is starting to annoy me a little bit with just how frequently it's starting to ping things up. And yes, I have heard about the Jar Jar Binks Sith Lord theory as well. It's quite interesting, some of these theories that people kind of put together. Obviously just simply because of Oh dear, that's not good. So we can be let go. Oh, let me pause before this actually times out. Well, let me just say, this is going better. This is going better than it was previously. Okay, oh. I say that. Yeah. This was exactly how it went last time. So what has happened here, to basically give people a bit of a summary, is that, well... That is my phone randomly going off and making me think it's something important, because no one ever texts me aside from my partner. Nope, it's just someone trying to get me to sign up to something once again. So, this is what happened last time. So we have been released from prison. Unfortunately, we pretty much had all of our titles revoked. So we have instead gone over to play our... Let me just see if we can actually... So, continue as Duke. So, this was our previous character here. So he is now just a random courtier. And this is us down here. So we are related. So King Peter's sister's grandson. So we're playing as the first cousin once removed. And we actually have 3 titles. So we have the Duchy of Paris, the Duchy of Man, and the Lordship of Penclun. We are possessed, we are a drunkard. We are, however, robust. So let's actually see if we can find any kind of decent person to marry. But yes, this is admittedly what happened last time, that we ended up in prison, had all of our titles revoked, and we just basically got kicked over to this random branch of our family tree. And from here, it didn't go that well. If I recall, I think at least in one situation, our character kind of died. We played as a child, and then we just had a whole run of bad luck. So there are quite a few decent marriage opportunities. So we could go for a 15-year-old who also has the robust trait. And that would basically hopefully guarantee that any children we have would also have the robust trait, and potentially also go up to Amazonian or Herculean. Or, where was she? Okay, we have a 16-year-old with the intelligent trait. So if we got really lucky on our rolls, our children could inherit both the intelligent and the robust traits. Which honestly, now that I am thinking about it... Hello there, Paudon. Thank you very much for following. I hope you enjoy the streams. So let's actually get these two married off, because as soon as I said it, I went, yep, that's the one I want. So we need to choose a lifestyle focus. We will do the it's not the education one, it's not the intimidation one. It is the intrigue lifestyle. Hello, Paudon and Alpha Chris G. Let's go VIP indeed. And thank you also for following Alpha Chris G. Mind if I just call you Alpha Chris? If that is okay. And yes, we have a very good, vibrant community here. So hello to you too, and hope you enjoy our community one. Let's go for the affiliate indeed. So as I was saying, we need to go for the intrigue lifestyle, because that is the one we were educated in, and that obviously gives us a bonus. And I think because we are a tiny branch of the family tree, we are going to go for the temptation focus, which gives us an increase in our fertility, our attraction opinion, juice scheme power as well. So if we just happen to have someone in our court who is not our sister, preferably not our sister, Paudon, yeah, no problem. No problem going to lurk. Thank you for the follow, and I hope I'll be able to see you around. So anyway, we have, say for instance, this person who admittedly is married. Unfortunately, I can't get them divorced, but we could say if someone were single and had a good genetic trait in our court, we should be able to try and seduce them and see what happens. So we need to go for our court and put in a few positions on our council. So I will say I'm aware that there are probably people that are unfamiliar with this game, so if you have any questions about things that are happening, feel free to ask away and I will answer them to the best of my ability, because I know the game decently well, but I am far from being a master at it. So yeah, Alpha Chris, I am from the UK, as you could probably tell from my accent, and we have a bunch of people kind of dotted around. I know there's a few people in chat who are from like the East Coast US. I know we've got one person that is over from Russia. So we have quite a decent blend of people that are here. Alpha Chris, you're from Germany. Oh, hello there then. Yeah. Not in the stream, but yeah, I do have someone else I talk to pretty regularly who is from Germany herself. And Blue Cornflower, hello. Goodness, I'm trying to keep up with all of this chat. But that's a good thing, that's a good thing. A nice, lively, vibrant chat is great. And yes, okay, there we go. So the bot definitely seems to have calmed down a bit now. Blue Cornflower, no, I don't think we have had a game patch as yet. It's been a week, so hopefully this means that the developers have been hard at work chasing down all of these bugs and getting ready to push out a good fix for most of them. So I'm not going to put our mayor as the marshal because his skill is absolutely atrocious. What I'm going to do, at the risk of incurring the wrath of our Spymaster, so we're going to fire her and put our mayor in his place, and that frees us up to put this person with 16 martial skill in place. So Alpha Chris, the goal of this game is basically to survive for as long as you can / until the end date, which for us is 1453, so about 500 years from the in-game time. So part of it is building up your kingdom and making alliances, but honestly the main thing is if you can keep your dynasty going and make sure your dynasty continues to stay landed. So you missed a bit of excitement earlier on where our previous character, let me bring him up in the dynasty tree. So we were playing as this character who had almost a direct line down as like the oldest child of the oldest child. Unfortunately, he got excommunicated by the Pope and imprisoned by our current liege, and then released from prison so long as he agreed to relinquish any and all claims that he basically had to everything in the Welsh kingdom. So that checked us over along this line to us here. So we are that character's first cousin once removed. We basically have nothing going for us. And yeah, so we've got to try and build back up to reclaim the Kingdom of Wales. Whether we're going to be able to do that is another matter. So we may have to call a do-over and start again. But as long as our dynasty and family tree survives and we have at least one bit of land, the game will go on. So who knows? This could be a huge turnaround. This could be that Duke Philip is the one that actually retakes the Welsh throne, conquers England, Scotland and Ireland, and eventually, if we come up here, okay, we don't actually have the option right now, but there was one previously which actually said to like recreate Britannia. So we can also do such things as create a cadet branch of our current house, so we can carve our own path in history. So yes, let's actually create that cadet branch. So let's do that one. We can pay homage to our liege, so we will just demonstrate our subservience to him, which gets us a bit of renown and prestige and the like. So what other options do we have? Not endorsed by our bishop, don't really want to worry about that, and low control. So I think, yeah. Okay, so we're going to send our marshal over here to increase county control, which basically reduces the risk that any of the peasants that live there are going to get ideas above their station. So what is the option up here? Petition our liege. And we are married, and we are now the dynasty head, which naturally we should be because we are of a cadet branch. So we can collect some money for our wedding, or we can let our subjects enjoy the festivities. We are slightly lacking in money, so we'll go for that one. What are our costs? And yes, this was another interesting thing that I found out. Okay, so we're being offered the position of steward, which is good. That actually gets our income up, simply because we're managing the kingdom finances, so that apparently gives us a boost to our income. So one of the odd things about being this character is that we have the title, the Duchy of the Isle of Man, under our possession, which is very strange because we own the duchy, and obviously has been given to our steward, who is our vassal, but it also means we actually have a vote for the next ruler of Scotland, or Alba, excuse me. I couldn't reach the mic in time, sorry. So yes, for some bizarre reason, we have the option to cast a vote for the next ruler of the Kingdom of Alba, despite not being part of the Kingdom of Alba. And I have no idea how that's happened. To be honest, I have no idea how that managed to happen. But what we need to do is kind of carve out ideas for who we potentially are going to invade, because we need to get our territory and land back very, very quickly. So you belong to that. You belong to our king. Did I marry someone off there? I have no idea. Like I said, I am playing an absolutely bizarre branch of the family tree. Alpha Quest, bless you, thank you. So I am playing an utterly bizarre part of the family tree. So I have no idea who got married, where, when, what, how, or anything. Like, we're so far down the side branch of the family tree that this was probably one of the ones that I honestly just didn't even bother managing the marriages and everything at all. Okay, so we're getting a few requests. So we had some people captured, so they are being offered back to us for a price, naturally. So we're gaining 0.4. Levies are reinforcing, and we do have some men-at-arms. So we need to try and find someone that we can potentially take over. Am I a matchmaker or something as well from Alpha Chris? No. I just like to very, very much control who all of my like immediate dynasty members get married to. So I was talking about this when I was trying to have a look for a good match. So some characters will just honestly generally be born with congenital traits, both positive and negative. And sometimes if you marry two characters together who have the same trait, then that trait will not only be guaranteed to be passed down to your children, but if it is a level 1 or level 2 trait, it can sometimes be powered up, for lack of a better word, to a level 3 trait. So our character here has the level 2 brawny trait, and our wife has the level 2 brainy trait. If we actually go and look at our liege, he has the stupid trait, which is level 2 of the unintelligent trait. So the fact that he has got 16 intrigue, which the game considers 16 to be good. The fact that he has 16 intrigue, even with that trait, is absolutely stunning and mind-boggling. Oh, another ransom request. And yeah, so nominate our successor. So honestly, I don't really care. We're not going to be hopefully getting to war with Scotland anytime soon. Ooh, ooh, okay, you are being ambitious. So, attacking King Ithel for for someone's claim on the kingdom. Wow, okay. Yeah, the stupid trait. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over that. Um, I think it's unfortunately one of the ones that just popped out of nowhere. Unfortunately, like, neither of his parents have it. So there is nope. It's not even the fact that potentially his parents themselves were related, because quite a bit of this, if you go so far back in the family tree, it only really registers the male rulers, just simply because that is the only historical records we really have. So his son, thankfully, has no genetic traits, positive or negative, but it will be interesting to see what happens, because if we actually manage to hold on long enough and we actually gather together enough land, his son, so we have about 15 years. So if he manages to die in, say, an accident, his son would have quite low plot, not plot power, but like rulership and such. Unfortunately, I've just noticed that his wife has just gained the pregnant trait, so she has been, yep, so pregnant for 2 months, so just about noticing that fact. But as I was saying, so this person, you are going to war for someone's claim. Is that your wife? No. So whose claim are you trying to push? Let me see. So we want all name, which is Gwyn. Okay, so you are pushing your... Okay, right. Okay, you're pushing your father's claim on it. That is interesting. Hello there, Lexi Russell. Yeah, I'm doing good, trying to figure out how to get out of this mess that I've managed to get myself into. How are you doing? So we are missing our marshal because he obviously just upped and died. What an annoyance. Unfortunately, our best marshal is also our best chancellor. Let's get it. Our brother-in-law as our chancellor and just manage that for the time being. So I'm presuming that because this is... Oh no, it's Tanistry elective. Okay, so a clarification. This is an elective title, so any qualifying people could potentially be pushed to rule Alba. However, because this is Tanistry, it means that only the ruling family can actually be elected, which Tanistry elective is a great elective succession to have for your own dynasty, because it basically guarantees that the land can never, ever, ever go out of your family dynasty unless it is lost in war. For someone trying to break into a territory, it is exceedingly difficult, because unless it's won in a war, you can't really get it. Yeah, Lexi, my day is going good. So we are obviously in Crusader Kings 3 playing a grand strategy game, and we have basically unfortunately gone from being the King of Wales to just a duke with one bit of territory in his or under his control. And obviously I am looking around here and I'm trying to basically find stuff that we could potentially take for ourselves, because our military strength is ridiculous. Actually, what I'm thinking about, how many vassals do we have? We have 3 vassals. And we also do have, we are intrigue focused, so we do have a bonus to that. Unfortunately, you have a pretty strong military compared against us. Yeah, vastly superior, mainly because of all those light footmen you have. So if we tried to revoke a title from you, which we can't even do because we don't have... Oh, okay. Pass limited crown authority. That's the first step. Next. Faction. Lower crown authority. Oh, of course. Next. Let's see. We'll go for prepared for anything, because this is one of these situations where you need to get all 3 of those to get the next level anyway. Let's see, do I do streaming daily? Not at the moment. I obviously have a more standard job, so at the moment I am trying out streaming 3 days a week. So Tuesday usually starting at 6 p.m, Thursday at 6 p.m, and Saturday at 1:30 p.m, and those are all GMT based in the UK. But I do try and do at least, well, 2.5 hours on the evening streams, and then about 5 hours on the Saturday one. So there is a at least a decent amount of time that I'm around and streaming. But yeah, I do have to fit it in around my other responsibilities, so I can't always stream every day, even if I wanted to. So we are being sieged down. So this probably isn't going to go the way he's hoping, because there is just too much difference in the war, in the amount of troops. What job do? I work in like software engineering and design, so it's quite a computer focused job to begin with, and then obviously coming home and doing some game streams as well is quite a lot of computer focused things. So we have another war that's been declared on our liege. This is just an artifact claim war, but it is also going to distract our liege. So this is actually working out. This is actually working out a lot better than I was hoping it would. So this is our baby cousin that's just been born. No genetic traits, really. Oh, that's interesting. Our uncle is a poet. That is nice to see. So he does suffer chronic headaches. So that does impact his health at least a tiny bit. Lexi, yeah, I understand, because I also do a job. Yeah. Yeah, you do have to balance things out as best as you can. So our vassal's land is also being sieged. That could impact how many troops he has. Yep, so he's down to 715 now. And okay, right, so this is admittedly an annoyance, but not one of the major game breakers. Because we raised up our crown authority to 2, this is basically a faction that wants me to bring it back down to 1, which I am going to say I guess I have no choice. So we do spend 200 prestige for that, but we probably just want to leave it like that anyway. Revoking the titles would be nice, but I don't think we'll be able to manage that without, you know, actually having some kind of greater territory and more troops at our disposal. Okay, I'm going to browse Groundsnatic? Is that how it's meant to be pronounced? Thank you for the following and thank you for the message. Yeah, we're doing good. So we've got a fair few things going on. We've been ousted from being the King of Wales. So we've got a random distant dynasty member. However, it's not doing too well for him. He's fighting on 2 wars at the moment, which is going to be a good opportunity for us to potentially come through and snag some territory. Oh, Lexi, what kind of work do you do for streamers? That sounds exceedingly interesting. What kind of stuff do you do? Okay, so how is this artifact claim war going? Pretty much nil. Well, not nil, but neither side's really claimed or taken any territory at all. So, which one are you? Okay, so you are an ally for the artifact claim war. And yeah, like Alpha Chris said, what do you do for streamers if you are happy to state what you do? Because I know obviously some people can be quite private and prefer to keep what they do to a more I'm just trying to think of the right words. So it's like a more general, generic level rather going into details. Professional graphic designer. That, yeah. Okay, I'm envious on that. Yes. Oh, I've been trying to teach myself various art and design things. So you're a professional graphic designer. Does this mean that you went through and did a degree in graphic design, or are you someone who kind of picked that up a bit later on? So yeah, both of these wars look like they're going pretty poorly. So this one is a claim on the Kingdom of Wales, which means that our current liege, if he loses, is basically going to get ousted. That doesn't really change anything for us. It just means that we will have a new king that we will just need to bow to. You did. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's, well, that's good for us. That's not good for him. Let me just see. So, okay, so most of the titles, including the top level one, are going to his first child, who is just kind of your average toddler, and half the other titles are going to be going to his second son, who has, yeah, rather unfortunate genetic trait, and his wife is already pregnant once again. So let's actually speed this up a bit, and I'm basically, yeah, we're not going to do anything relating in this war. We're just going to sit back and let our liege deal with it, destroy his troops, and maybe we can get a few bits of territory out from it. So, we have proudly documents both ancient and of less certain provenance, enough material to make the case you are the rightful lord of the earldom. So we can say see it done, so that is 84 gold, which we will do. So can we potentially... Yep, we can indeed declare war on him right now if we want. Oh no, no. Oh dear. Okay, no. Because our liege is already fighting against this person, we can't. So this means if he does win the war, we will have to go to war against him. But fingers crossed, he's going to wear down his troops so much that we're going to be able to take a bit of territory. Lexi, you did a degree and then continued your profession as a job? Yeah. I was wondering because it does seem like quite a lot of people who are like professional graphic designers are ones who've gone through the more traditional route of getting a degree in the subject and then finding a job. But yeah, that must have been quite a fascinating degree to study. Toxic Kite, hello. Been wanting to try out the DLC, don't have the willpower to play right now. Yeah, I know what you mean. I was so stuck for what to stream last Tuesday. I had Crusader Kings 3 with the Royal Court actually scheduled in for the Saturday, but I couldn't decide what to stream last Tuesday, and I just thought, oh, you know what? I'm just going to load up Crusader Kings 3 with the Royal Court and we're just going to play it. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to showcase much of that DLC right yet because we are, well, the game only allows you to really have a Royal Court if you're a king level or above, and we kind of lost that title. So we're going to have to see if we can try and get it back. But we do have a few artifacts which we have equipped. Toxicite, yeah, there is, yeah. I think I actually looked last Tuesday, like about 2 hours after the DLC released, and there were already a couple of mods allowing you to play with the Royal Court as a Duke and a Count as well. So yes, that is all available. But we do have a couple of artifacts anyway. So Fingerbone of a Saint and a fine spear. So let me just come up here. Our Marshal has died again. You know, I'm starting to think that being a Marshal is a bit of a dangerous job. Alpha Chris, have to do something, will be lurking. Yeah, no problem. Toxicite, remote working right now, but on break. Well, hope this stream keeps you entertained for your break. So we also do have our Dynasty Legacy, so let's go for the Resilient Bloodline option. We are still the Dynasty Head, despite everything that's been going on. Okay. Intrigue perk. That wasn't what I wanted. But anyway, our wife is pregnant. Yeah, I don't know why you're saying I have 2 new ones, because we don't. So, Bloom in the Wilderness. Okay, so this is because, ooh. This is because probably we have the intrigue and seduction focus on. So, yeah, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. So 89% chance of success on that one, 76%. Or we can say I'm just here for the drinks, in which case we lose 72 stress because we are drunk. Let's try this one. So the conversation flows smoothly. And yes, let's get you as our lover. An 18-year-old with the beautiful trait. So hopefully... Oh, that's a shame. Ah, that's a shame. So our liege won the war against the person who owns this territory. Let's see, how many troops do you have? Still a lot. Because you have a couple of alliances. Now, unfortunately, I don't think... Oh my goodness, look at that. 73 troops. Though, unfortunately, they do have an alliance with the person down here, so it's not that amazing. It is unfortunately not going to be that amazing. We can't come in and try and sweep everything away. So, unlock that for the hostile schemes. And let's just take a pause and figure out what we can do, because we can obviously hire mercenaries if we so wanted to. Unfortunately, the cheapest one is 150 gold and it's already been hired out. So yes, I think this is honestly going to be another little wait and see situation, because we have 222 levies, 100 men-at-arms, but we can't really afford to get them or have them raised for too long, if at all. And here we go, we have our first son. Hey, Toxicite, I kind of meant more in the realm of we have the option when we have the money rather than hiring him right now. So, anyway, we have a son. Let's see. We ourselves had a genetic trait. Our wife has a genetic trait. Let's see. Does our son have anything? Of course not. Of course he doesn't have anything. That's just typical. That is just absolutely typical luck. Okay, while I'm actually looking around and trying to get ambitions. Okay, you have way too many troops. Of course, I love this option as well when you are like seducing someone / have a lover. So you can either send them a lock of your hair, or you could basically send them some of your underwear. Yeah, somehow I don't think she'll appreciate the underwear as much. Maybe if she was lustful, she'd appreciate it. Hello, COD lady. Hello from VIP. Got you tabbed up while I work. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hope your work goes well. And okay, yep, she's appreciated the lock of hair, which is nice. Yeah, I definitely wasn't going to give her any underwear because I don't think she would have appreciated it. Okay, so because our character is a lunatic, we have some interesting events, and this is one of them. So I know that they're coming just before I see them. A sudden rush of anxiety, the walls of my chamber leaning closer, a fresh waft of lavender, and there they stand before me. 8 hazy silhouettes speaking in a choir of thunder. Who are these creatures, and what do they want from me? So we can say that they must be messengers of God. And this is our learning challenge against a bishop. So 84% we get prophetic visions. Or 15% our bishop is just disturbed by our tales. We can say it's something else. So you get a choice to embrace new truths or stay faithful to God. 50% chance. 50% chance you find some interesting but regular books. And 28 stress because we're zealous. Or we can say we're tired. No, we'll go for they must be messengers of God. And we got prophetic visions. Oh, and we can actually ask our head of faith for gold. Yep, let's do that. There we go. We will indeed use that wealth wisely. We will use it to take territory from a fellow Christian ruler. Oh my goodness. Okay, that is a lot of troop movements. That was a lot of troop movements. So anyway, this is an artifact claim war. So we have... Oh, so Wessex did actually get called into it. And it's up from Scotland. Not quite sure what artifact they are trying to get, but it looks like they're probably honestly going to win. That is the wrong kingdom. Nope. Yeah, so I have no idea what they're wanting, but they're winning. So, yeah, we'll just leave them to it. It's none of our trouble. They're not stomping through any of our territory. Not much anyway. So, we do have 167 gold now. And Mercenaries. Toxicite, thank you for the follow. Yeah, hope you've been obviously enjoying the stream and hope you're able to pop around for some more streams in the future, regardless of how well or badly this goes. Anyway. Okay, so one thing I do like about the change on Mercenaries from Crusader Kings 2 is that this is the upfront cost to hire them for 3 years. So this is very much a situation where you pay an upfront cost and you don't have anything to worry about for 3 years. Unlike in Crusader Kings 2, where the mercenaries could just decide to leave your company if you couldn't pay them, or turn against you, which was really bad when that happened. But on the other hand, If a mercenary company defected to you, it would be a really good thing for yourself. Hot top. I believe. What do you believe? Because I'm thinking of a song. Toxicite. Sure, you'll be fine. Feel like it makes the mercenaries more realistic. Um, I'm presuming you're meaning the Crusader Kings 2 method, where the mercenaries could just decide to leave or turn against you. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Is like being like as someone who hires the mercenaries. I like the changes to Crusader Kings 3, but being someone who used the advantage of the mercenaries defecting in Crusader Kings 2, yeah, I can honestly see both ways, honestly. Oh, and our wife is pregnant once again. So if this child comes out with a couple, one or two good genetic traits, we're probably just going to disinherit our eldest son, just to kind of get him out the way. So you have only about two 400 and something. And honestly, I want to just make sure that we have a little bit of a buffer for mercenaries. So what would be the best ones that we could do that? Hello, Shonya. Is there any particular reason why you haven't seduced your sister yet? I suppose technically, um, we could always try, but no, we have a zero success chance. Incest is taboo, and we are family. So yeah, we are rather unfortunately playing as a Christian ruler where incest is forbidden. So for those of you not aware, this was very much a meme in Crusader Kings 2, where you would basically seduce your sister, mother, wife, and just make the family tree into an interlocking circle. Toxicite, they could have given notification and the choice to disband before any of those options happened. Yeah, what I intended to do was that I got into such a situation. I would keep an eye on my monthly income, and if it obviously looked like it was going to tick into the negative, then I would obviously disband the mercenaries myself. But yes, sometimes it could be a bad situation if I was relying on those numbers to obviously shore up a kind of war. Toxicite, also sleep with the Pope, give birth to the spawn of Satan, and have your son be a horse. Yes. Yeah, Crusader Kings, yeah. Despite the fact that a good number of things were brought over from Crusader Kings 2, there are still some things in that game that you just can't do in Crusader Kings 3 as of yet. Um, and also, of course, all the memes when Holy Fury was released, and we found out that you could actually create a custom game with an animal empire, and all the jokes going around is like, okay, did half the development team hear it as Holy Furry or something? And they got all this work done onto the portraits before they actually realised. Okay, so our player son and heir is Rowdy Military. Yeah, I never really got too much into all of those meme things, but it was absolutely hilarious reading them. So we have a daughter who thankfully doesn't have any good genetic traits, because I would have just started getting so aggravated if that had happened. Hello there, Chaotic Soul Zero. Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's been going well. Or at least better than our character here, anyway. So let's... Okay, yeah, we're almost at 200 gold, so I think we're probably not going to get a better option than that. So let me just see. So they have 423 troops, and combined with their allies, that's about 1,000. most of it is light footmen, so we probably want to hire a mercenary company that is good against footmen. Let me just see. That's heavy infantry, that's archers. This is going to be a situation where we're not going to be able... Okay, we'll probably just have to try and overwhelm them with numbers then. So yes, light footmen. Okay, so they are... Right, so skirmishers. So we want to find something that's good against skirmishers. Which I'm betting... Yep, there we go, bowmen. So we can go for that one, which I think we are going to have to do. And thankfully my bot is working properly, so remember to stay hydrated. Indeed, I will pause and take a bit of a drink. On top. PT, you're on fire today. All of your affiliate goals now. I should be. Let me just pop over and have a quick check. Because I was pretty good on the average viewers front. So thankfully the raid that you did for the start of the stream has had a good effect. So hopefully we should be strong on having those concurrent viewers. And let me just check, because the profile is a lot better at keeping things up to date. Yep, 54 followers. So my dashboard says 48, but that should, fingers crossed, tick over, and I should be able to get that affiliate email very soon. So yes, I will also say that OddTop has been very, very helpful in also helping me to get a few followers and reach affiliate status. So if you've been enjoying my streams, make sure to also head over onto OddTop's profile and have a look at a few things. Have a look at their streams, because, well, some of the stuff that I stream and I've enjoyed in the past, OddTop has been doing, and as a special one, OddTop is also planning on doing a 24-hour stream on Friday. So if you want to hang out with another VTuber who's planning on doing, what was it, some VR chat escape rooms, maybe a bit of virtual painting, and whatever else takes your fancy. So if that sounds good to you, yeah, head on over to OddTop's profile and check them out. I would put a shout out in, but last I saw it was broken. So honestly, let me just check and see if it works out. Now, no, that is just continually spamming out my own status, which is nice to check, but it's not what I want it to do. So I'm going to have a look at that. But yes, please go and check out OddTop when you have the time. Okay, so this is basically us swapping saucy stories with our mayor and spymaster. So thoughts of blackmail race to my mind. So 50-50 chance that we find out that the mayor has a secret, or 50% chance he's repulsed. Or we can say that's quite enough for now. I think we'll go with that one. So as I was saying, we want this band. So 765 is going to give us about 1,000 when we combine it with our own troops. So he has a truce with our liege, but not us. So this, yes indeed. Declare war. And then let's raise up our armies and get those mercenaries hired in. There we go. So keep our fingers crossed. There we go, 1,157. Let's go across here. So this is, yep, the leader of the mercenary band. So he has an aggressive attacker and also 16 prowess. So obviously the reason why we hired those mercenaries is just to basically shore up the numbers. Toxicite was pondering on a role through of the game where do I think it would be a fun place to play in other than the HRE? Honestly, part of it I think just depends on what you want to do, because obviously the new Royal Court DLC, if you have that, adds in quite a lot of things. But I did have a couple of interesting starts that I did have a look at myself. The first one is obviously as the Petty King of Wales in 867. You start off as a duke, but you can pretty much take one bit of territory, save up 500 gold, and you are instantly the King of Wales. As obviously you can see here, you have a pretty fractured kingdom or British Isles that you can come in and snip territory from. There is also a Norse Viking ruler down here in 867. You are one county, but you have, I think, about 3,000 special troops. And the mostly independent Kingdom of Brittany just here, which in my game has been taken over by the Duke of Wessex. Quite often Brittany will actually form an alliance with France, so you may have to do a bit of plotting and scheming to get them out of the way. And obviously quite often the two kingdoms, France and Aquitaine, will split apart upon that ruler's death. You have quite a few opportunities. The typical one, northern Spain, where you have the three Asturias brothers. So you can ally or scheme against them as you so want. And there were a couple of others that I was thinking of. So, yeah, so there are honestly quite a few of them. Oh yes, that was another one. There was a kingdom in India that also seemed to be a good match for the new Royal Court DLC. But yeah, part of it depends on obviously what you want to do, whether you want to start as a count or duke, or if you want to start off as a king, if you want to be a Viking ravager. It all just depends on what you want to do. But those are a couple of ideas from me that I was considering for this playthrough at the very least. And yeah, speaking of roleplay, I am trying to roleplay this a little bit. Basically, if there are any situations where we have a choice which is indicated because we have a trait, we're probably going to go for that one. Which is admittedly part of the reason we ended up in this situation, because we had a 16-year-old who thought he was good enough to go into a duel against a random person from the levies, and he got cut down. So, you know, it's his fault. Even though I'm the player, it's that character's fault. Oh, okay, and reinforcements are coming in, but a bit too late. So here we go, enforced demands. So we get the Oldham. There we go. Ooh. Not quite sure I've seen that trait before. Or that icon. Maybe it's honestly just the won a war one that I've never really noticed before. So, Toxic, I think I'll play in the Byzantines and try to reform the Spartans. Maybe try to get Hellenism in, even though it's so dry in flavour right now. Yeah, reforming Hellenism is always a fun challenge. It's always interesting because you have to kind of get the right situation to manage that. But yeah, good luck with that. And I'll be interested in hearing about what happens and if it's successful. But anyway, I was having a look. So Are these lands... Are these lands mostly independent? Okay, right. So, yes, you are allied, but you are allied to someone in Spain. You are independent. You are allied to someone in Leinster, Lancaster, you have Mercia, of course, and East Anglia. So we do have, now we actually do have 2 territories. Or 2 counties, rather. So that should actually double our income and double our troops. So what I want to do is... So where is the... Okay, split off hired soldiers and special ones. So only those are present in the army. So let's disband that. And we can disband our regular troops. We've actually managed to stay with 46 gold after that. I am so used to wars absolutely draining the economy that is quite a surprise. So you are... Consider yourself a powerful vassal. Well, I mean, you do have a fair amount of troops anyway. Oh, and we can actually... Are you worth anything? Yes, you are worth 50 gold. So thank you very much. We will indeed ransom you back to your husband. So can we... We can abduct him if we wanted to, but I don't think we will. New dynasty head once again. And I think... Where is going to be the best place for us to potentially expand? I honestly think it is probably going to be... I think it's honestly going to be Ulster, potentially. Let's have a look. You have 13 skills, so you could potentially get the claim on the duchy. And I've learned from my mistakes last... not last stream, but the previous one. We don't want to wait for the duchy to appear. As soon as we get the option to get a county, we want to grab it. So Paris is indeed under our control still. And you have a similar military strength. You are happy because you are on the council. And do any of your children have interesting traits? Not particularly. I keep on clicking on that one because I think that's the intrigue one. So twice schemed, so we can now run 2 schemes at once if we wanted to. So if we go up here, so we've got hostile schemes and personal schemes. So what can we do potentially against our liege? So murder, abduct, fabricate a hook, start independence faction, start claimant faction. Oh, yes. So we have a 90% chance of fabricating a hook on him. Let's do it. Ah, that is interesting. So where do they want? Hello there, I'm using Cloud. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining in. And there is my other alert sound for a host. I was wondering how long it would be before that got started up by someone. Yes, hello, thank you for joining. Thank you very much for the raid. How is everyone doing? I hope you enjoy your time here. So as I was having a look, so there is a city that they want. Where is that one? Over here. Oh, okay, so that is technically owned by us. So, yes, we gain 100 gold. Our mayor loses, or leases the city out. And Grandmaster Flavio gives 25 opinion of us. So, unfortunately, we cannot actually use the Knight Templar against any Christian rulers. But, oh my goodness. Okay, I am going to accept this and I am going to wait because I know what this has potentially done for us. I know what this has potentially done for us, so I am going to have a look. I am going to have a look at a few things. Okay. So, rather unfortunately, so Jorvik was quite a powerhouse at the beginning of at the beginning of the game. So, unfortunately, they only own one territory now. But there is also the Duchy of Lothian, which is currently controlled by an Asatru ruler. So, Holy Orders. We have the Knights Templar that we can raise if we so wanted to actually go to war against some of the Viking invaders. And that would obviously split our territory, so we'd have like the one bit here and then we'd have that bit, and that bit, so that would be a bit frustrating. So we'd need to kind of cut into Alba to be able to really unite those bits of our territory. So what I'm actually going to do, we don't need, do we? Ah yes, okay, we do need a Casus Belli on Jarl Ragnar, unfortunately. But we can, okay, we can only holy war for the Isles. We cannot holy war for the kingdom because we are not a paragon of virtue. How close are we? Okay, we're going to be a fair ways off. So it's not potentially as exciting as I was hoping for. Amusing Cloud, yeah, the stream has been going well so far. We've made a tiny bit of progress expanding our territory, and we may have a good opportunity soon enough if we can actually get some of our territory expanded with the Knights Templar, who have just decided that they want to gain territory from, or they want to rather reside in our city. So that is going to be fun for everyone involved. And yes, this indeed has been a follower fest. I don't think I can even count quite how many followers I've had so far. Let me actually go and see if I can find it. So I think I started at the day at 48. So we've had, oh, okay, we've had 7 new followers. We've had 7 new followers. So yes, thank you to everyone who's been following. Amusing Cloud, I've been thinking about getting this game, so it's an excellent game for me to stream then, so you can see what it's like. Have you had any experience with like the previous Crusader Kings 2 game or any other Paradox games? MacLeod, let's go indeed. So I honestly now just need to wait for the confirmation from Twitch, and indeed I can officially become an affiliate. So I can get some of the nice things like being able to upload and being able to put a cover video on and all of that good stuff. So yes, that will be very helpful indeed. So now I need to reconfigure and remember where I was going beforehand. That is a Battle of Shrewsbury. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so that is under the control of Mercia. So it's not like we can create a new duchy for ourselves, which we probably didn't even want to do anyway. So this is going to take how long? 21 months. Amusing Cloud, haven't played any of them. Good to see some content. Yeah, with the Royal Court DLC that came out last week, you're probably spoilt for choice on content for it because I think everyone has just been jumping on it, which honestly, who can blame them? This DLC's been, I think it was like a year in the development stage that we know of at any rate. Let me actually see innovation. So which one did we want to get? Ah, there we go. So we do have Casus Belli, so we can do single county claims. Unfortunately, can't seem to actually use them against anyone, which is going to be slightly annoying. Let's see if anyone else. So you are superior. You are vastly superior. Ulster, we are trying to go for. Cumberland, nope. So yes, we do need Casus Belli or a cause for war for quite a lot of these territories. So how is our king doing? Apparently, he and his wife have been having quite a lot of children. And Amusing Cloud, no friendly plays this. Rarely see him to even watch them play it. Yeah, I can understand that. I know there's quite a few people that I see like on Twitch and even just on YouTube where either they're in a different time zone or they upload for like the kind of better options to get a load of viewers. So oftentimes it's not necessarily a good opportunity for me to really sit and chat with them. And yes, as Oddtop said, hello to all the raiders because we have had quite a few people around. And yes, that includes Amusing Cloud, who did indeed raid us. So we have once again an opportunity where we are just basically going to be sitting pretty for a bit. We don't really have anything that we can go for. We have 230 gold in the bank and we are gaining almost 2 gold a month. Any notifications? We have low control in that territory, which is to be expected. We have just recently taken it over. So that is a control of 4 versus a control of 28. So these are both going to be pretty poor. But so long as we can keep our territories, levies pretty secure, we should be fine at any kind of anyone that wants to try and raise up and rebel, which no factions targeting us, and create a claimant faction. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we have a claim to the Kingdom of Wales, so we can't put ourselves on the throne, which is unfortunate. So to get it, we're going to have to try and figure out a way to get a claim ourselves or try and negotiate a way around. Ah, there we go. That was what I was trying to find earlier. There we go. That is what I was trying to find earlier. So claim liege title. So if we control a majority of 51% of the counties that are de jure to one of your liege's titles, you can spend prestige to get an unpressed claim on it. So we could try and claim the Kingdom of Wales. However, we do not control at least 51%. And we would need to spend 1,850 prestige. So it does go down when we get the next level of fame, which honestly shouldn't be too long. What? Um, um, I'm sorry? Oh, is what? Okay, yeah. I'm at a bit of a loss. Um, we were trying to seduce his wife. Was this part of our plot to fabricate a hook on him? Um, I have no idea what. I have no idea how this has happened. So anyway, we have this is an intrigue challenge. So we have a 22% chance that we successfully seduce her. The king becomes our rival. We gain 150 prestige. And we gain a trait I'm not 100% sure I can actually say on stream, but will give us +3 intrigue and +10 attraction opinion for 5 years. Or there is a 78% chance that the king will lose 25 opinion of us and the queen will lose 25 opinion of us, and we'll gain 7 stress, a whole 7 stress because we're compassionate. Or we can say I can't do it. You know what? Crusader Kings is drama. Well, okay, March. So we need to keep an eye on the Queen in May to see potentially if she gets pregnant. Um actually, that's interesting. Okay, so even though we dismissed the mercenary company, we could actually still raise them from the looks of it. That is interesting. Yeah, thank you, CID lady. Yep, indeed, I'll come back and catch up in the VIP Discord. Thank you very much for stopping by. Yeah, we can just raise them once again. That is very, very good to know. On top, in the great words of Emperor Palpatine, do it. Well, I did. I did indeed do it. We indeed did it. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so Fabricate a Claim is still going on. I have absolutely no idea how on earth we managed to seduce his wife, but we did. Oh my goodness, she is pregnant. Okay, she is pregnant. So let's start that scheme. So, oh my goodness, I have no idea. Is this potentially our child? Or... So she's been pregnant for 3 months. So that would be... No. No, unless we've been sleeping with her again since then. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to take a very quick couple of minutes break. This could be very interesting. So, a rightful lord to the earldom of Ulster. However, seeing as Fergus unfortunately insists on being insularist, I could even argue you have a claim to the High Chiefdom of Ulster by divine right. So, if we just honestly wanted the earldom, it would cost us 81 gold. Or we could say all of Ulster will be mine. We spend 189 gold, but we will still be in profit. And we will gain the High Chiefdom, which will give us a huge foothold into Ireland. But I will be back in like just a couple of minutes. So yes, let's ponder on this decision. Yeah, and a very topical thing from my bot. Remember to stay hydrated. I was just about to come and get a drink. So, I think obviously the answer to this is pretty well known. We indeed are going to be saying that yes, we want to claim all of Ulster. So let's just have a look again. So their military strength is superior to ours. They are fighting a war currently, and their king is wounded, so a severe health penalty. But he is feeling fine, so that may or may not have an impact. If it does, he has a duchy and 2 counties, which will split. So one county will go to one child, the other county will go to the other, but it won't actually split up the realm, so that would be good. We can come in and swipe the duchy from under his nose. Okay, so the queen very close to a friend, so I could get a friend whatever she asks for. Anyone will feel blessed by a gift of gold, or this doesn't seem right. Yes, let's go for a gift. So her friend and court jester has gained a favour hook. So there we go. And yeah, Amusing Cloud. Obviously, quite a few talks on some other people's streams about making sure to keep drinking. I did set the bot to do a reminder to stay hydrated every half an hour, just to obviously keep things well, obviously it's like making sure you're having at least a bit of a drink every half hour is reminder enough, rather than it necessarily popping up every 10 minutes or so. And yeah, I think I said this in Odd Top stream earlier today, but I am very, very tempted to just have the Garrus soundbite from Mass Effect 1. And yeah, Odd Top did say that you've not played the Mass Effect series, and I said about that being on Xbox Game Pass, if obviously you have access to it. Okay, so the Queen Ethel suggested a reading, so we could do something pious. So she wants to learn something about her religion. No, she's only got 6 learning. She's not zealous or anything like that. Could say let's be entertained or something informative. Let's go for being entertained. Yes, there we go. Like, good choice. There we go, smouldering chemistry. I can't believe we are honestly doing this. We are simultaneously fabricating a hook on our Liege king, while also simultaneously seducing his wife. Oh, and that daughter didn't get a good genetic trait either. Whoops, poor child. So we can now gain the trait Schema, so +5 to our intrigue, and another +25% to our hostile scheme power. So if we can manage to keep this character around, which he is 39 years old, so fingers crossed he should be around for a while, we might have a decent chance at getting some subterfuge down. So I think I am going to obviously wait for this war. So this is a... Okay, so what do they want? Okay, so this is basically a war to try and claim the Duchy of Ulster, but the person that started it is losing it. So we could declare wars, but they all have higher army sizes than us. Okay, there we go. Queen Ethelgifu's reactions to my advances tell me everything I know. So we can make our attempt. We have a 90% chance of success and a 100% chance of secrecy. So even if it fails, it shouldn't be revealed. So let's go. And there we go. I find my acquaintance Queen Ethelgifu waiting eagerly. She reaches a gentle hand around my neck, pulling my lips closer. For a moment I resist, but only a moment. So we could say this was too good to be a one-time thing, so she becomes our lover and gains 20 opinion of us. Or we could basically say it was a one and done thing. So she is 44 years old, so you know what? Let's just rub it into the face of our liege. Let's just rub it in. So she is 44 years old, so there is still a chance she could have a child. Unlike Crusader Kings 2, where the hard cut-off limits seem to be about 38 or 40 years old, in Crusader Kings 3, I have seen female characters have children all the way up to the age of 45. So that is one thing to keep in mind if you're used to the Crusader Kings 2 rules. And you're used to female characters no longer having children after 40, because it's not that true anymore. And I was wondering when our wife might perhaps have another child, especially seeing as we have two lovers, and one of them has not even become pregnant at all, and she has no traits that should negatively impact fertility whatsoever. Like, I mean, okay, apparently she has just been unlanded. Actually, the beautiful trait does increase fertility. Okay, so King Ithil has something to hide. Lucky for me, I don't have to be quite as creative with how I get him on my grip. So we can get a blackmail. Who are you? Or is this more you had an affair? Okay, I think this is saying that he had an affair with her and this is his child. Like I say, like, oh, this is something everyone should know. Okay, so apparently we tried to fabricate a hook and we've discovered that we didn't need to fabricate one, because there is a bit of truth wandering around anyway. He is 15. Oh, so if it were known and he legitimized that child, that potentially could throw a spanner into the works for inheritance. There we go, we have gained a blackmail hook. So what can we do with this? So we can obviously modify our feudal contract. So we could do that, use a hook. Unfortunately, that is a bit too powerful. So we could say like normal feudal taxes and low vassals. And okay, we've lost that child, unfortunately. So we could arrange marriage, request a claim. Will not accept, only minus 27% though. So if we threw the Pope a bit of gold, we could potentially. How much would we need to give you? 150. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Offer ward or for guardianship. So we could blackmail him. Okay, apparently we cannot actually expose that secret, interestingly enough. Yeah, pretty much while we've just got things around, I am trying to have a think about what our next steps are going to be. Yeah, no problem. I'm using Cloud. Yeah, just pop back into the chat whenever you're wanting to stop lurking. Okay, and election for the Kingdom of Alba once again. And speaking of, that is 59%. Okay, and we have a son who has one one level 1 trait. So I suppose that is technically better than our son here. So we will disinherit you. You are going to be exceedingly annoyed with us. But let's see if there's anyone appropriate. Ooh, look at that. Genius. Genius. Anyone who's actually got 2 genetic traits that I can see who is, or 2 positive ones, I should say. Yeah, let's go for you. Okay, send a proposal, and I know exactly who I am betrothing you to. I know exactly who I'm betrothing you to. And let's see, is there anyone we can marry matrilineally to you who is half decent? So we basically either got Quick and Comely, or Comely and Hale. I think I prefer Comely and Hale. So apparently they are related. Okay, let's see if I can actually find where you are. Not in that branch. Ah, okay, so you are a second cousin once removed, perhaps. Okay, so anyway, so siblings. First cousin, yeah. Second cousin once removed. Which is honestly not that bad when it comes to it. If you manage to keep people in your dynasty anyway, you tend to get into a situation where almost every single potential family member or potential person you can marry is a family member. Let's just do that one and get a bit of new people into the dynasty. And that is just a nominate successor thing once again. So yeah, if we get 150 gold, we could potentially decide that we want to actually see if we can persuade the Pope to give us a claim on the Kingdom of Wales. So we would also need to make sure that we had enough money for mercenaries, because we're not going to be able to do it ourselves. No, speaking of, are there any... Well, that was fortunate. I was just thinking, it's like, okay, are there any people that we can betroth to actually get a alliance with? So does this mean... Yes, it does. We are allied to this person. And let me actually just see. Okay, Wessex. Okay, no, you are not the primary heir, unfortunately. Who is your second son? Why is that? Ah, Saxon elective. That would be why. However, it's still... It's Red Wolf. Yeah, he would get the Petty Kingdom. So we would still get the Petty Kingdom, so we still got a good potential alliance there. Okay, finally. So yes, we will indeed ask her if that is our child she is carrying, because I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, the secret stays hidden for now. Okay, let me have a look. So insight, he will tell us what we know. Let's do a diplomacy challenge. Yep. So we gain the information there, so we now know about a few potential little schemes and such that are going on, and because of that we are more aware for a few years, which gives us +1 intrigue and +8 to our hostile scheme resistant. There we go. No, we don't want to stop the Queen of Wales being our lover. Let's just choose the other option to lose a bit of stress, because because honestly, just digging or twisting the knife in is going to be interesting. And speaking of that, actually, okay, so we have a 41% chance to kill him. Let's actually see. So you are in court there. So what if we were to send or to ask you to support schemes? Let's see what our potential is now. 53% with a 68% chance. And intrigue. So, oh, look at that. This is why it's a good thing that we've got her. Let's bribe her. 55 gold, you are. Okay, I'm not going to say the word. Okay, I wasn't. Okay, you are not asking for a lot of money. That's better. You are not asking for a lot of money. Basically, the only person better to get onto a scheme than the spouse is the Spymaster. Which is why it's always good to make sure your Spymaster at least vaguely likes you. Oh, okay, yes, I'm going to say, yep, that child is mine. Well, everyone knows it. And we can legitimize her. Yes, there we go. So she is now part, indeed, of our dynasty. So apparently, we don't actually have the option to marry her. So hopefully, by the time she becomes an adult, we can invite her over. So this is our son who has become paranoid. So we can make him ambitious, which, seeing as he's not going to inherit, I don't really want to do. And I don't really want him to gain statistic either. So yes, we will just say indeed that was a test. And this is our daughter, and you are being raised as diplomatic. So let's put our wife in charge of your education. And let's just see how this is going. So we could obviously invite someone else along. But that wouldn't impact because we are at 95 and 95%. Okay, so these are schemes. Schemes and things. Yeah, okay, so let's go over to this one and start unlocking this path. Because we obviously don't really need any of the seduction focused ones. We are pretty secure where we are. Yeah, so too far away to interact with, unfortunately. We probably should have tried to make sure that we actually kept her in court or nearby at the very least. So bump the speed up once again. And how is your ward doing? 90%, and military strength is similar. You are still wounded. I'm surprised. Oh, and there's another war there. Well, there's something more that wears down your troops is good for me. And this is, yeah, once again, yep, once again a subjugation war, so trying to take that territory, which is what we're trying to do. Which is what we are trying to do. Okay, and here we go. So, drink of life. So, poisoned wine, once again. Well, maybe not wine, but indeed a drink. A toast to King Ithel's health. King Ithel is dead, killed by the mead he loved so much. My agent slipped the poison into his goblet and watched it dissolve without a trace. Only when his throat swelled shut did he realise something was wrong, but by then it was far too late. Fortunately, my agent slipped out well before the effects of the poison revealed that something was afoot. So for outliving our rival, we gain 150 prestige and we lose 48 stress. So we are very, very unstressed at the moment. And let's see what that has done to the realm. So we have a 14-year-old on the throne, and you command 1,200 troops, more or less. And then you can draw on 191 with an ally who is with Ireland, because yes, probably because of the marriage here. So 64% chance. So if I kill you, unfortunately we'll go back to your brother. So we have probably a better chance of declaring war on you. And yes, unfortunately we cannot declare war for the Kingdom of Wales ourselves, but we will just once again wait and see. So 2 more, let's request a claim. Oh, you poor kid. You poor kid, you should not have done that. So, what I was saying a couple of minutes ago about getting his father's wife on our scheme to marry his father, that the second best person to have in a scheme is the spouse, the first best is the Spymaster. He has just made us his Spymaster. So, basically we are in charge of essentially finding out plots and schemes, but it also means that if we have a plot or scheme against our liege, then ours are going to be very, very successful. So once again, if we were to murder, oh my goodness, look at that. We have a 95% chance because we are the Spymaster. We can easily come up and shank him while he sleeps. We can easily come up and shank him while he sleeps. However, we will not do that. We will request a claim because, look at that. Pope Leo V's opinion of us is plus 26. And also what is getting a benefit is that King Cadet is a child. Oh, so we have basically, when were you born? 11th of June. So we have 1 year, essentially. We have 1 year to gain money, to hire mercenaries, to go to war, to get back the Kingdom of Wales, which should have been legally ours from the get-go. Oh my goodness, okay. Oh. Wow, okay. And I'm just looking at the time. It's 6:45. We have at least 2 hours to go. So, oh my goodness, this has been going a lot better than I could hope for. So, mercenaries. So the cheapest one is 152 gold. And light footmen countering heavy infantry. So you just have almost 1,000 levies and 200 light footmen, which are skirmishers. And then once again, archers are best against them. So let's, yeah. And we also need to be careful because if he gets betrothed to someone, then that is potentially going to be an alliance, which is potentially going to impact our plans a lot more. So while we wait, I'm going to keep this tab open and I'm just going to keep checking and keep making sure. Okay, so he's just turned 15, so we have 1 year. I'm not quite sure we're actually going to get the money together for the mercenaries. So what I'm going to do, we have an alliance, don't we? Oh boy. Request claim. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. We get a pressed claim. We have a pressed claim. So, there are 2 types of claims in Crusader Kings 3. They are in some ways named better than in Crusader Kings 2. In some ways they are named worse. So we can see here that Cadfan has 3 claims. The Duchy of Lothian, the Lordship of Gothamlicious, and the Lordship of Duchy. So these are all unpressed, which basically means if he doesn't decide to go to war to try and claim them, then these claims will disappear when he dies, and they will not be passed down to anyone else. We have Prince Udav, or Udav, I'm not 100% sure. So we can see here, he has the same 3 unpressed claims, but he also has a pressed claim for the Kingdom of Wales, Principality of Gwynedd, and then a couple of earldoms. So these will get passed down to any children. So we can hover over and see here. So pressed claims are considered legally strong and inherited as unpressed claims. So within 2 generations, these claims would disappear if they are not pressed by, like, his child. So we have, as stated, we have a strong claim on the Kingdom of Wales, or a pressed claim. So this means our son and heir here will inherit that claim, and he could go to war to press it. It also does potentially mean that our 2 daughters will also gain a claim. Whether they will be able to do anything is another matter, however. But we have a claim to the Kingdom of Wales once more. And let's actually see... or where is it? So we can start a claimant faction, and we can do ourselves. So let's see. So we have 68% power on our own. Unfortunately, we cannot ask anyone else to come in, but we're going to leave that for the moment and just see if anyone else decides to jump in. I don't think they're going to do so. Honestly, I think... okay, you know what? We'll leave that faction. We'll disband it. And what I'm going to do instead... my claims, Kingdom of Wales, 150 prestige. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so you are our commander that's automatically been selected. So you are strategist, weaver, which doesn't matter for anything we're doing. Holy warrior, again, doesn't matter. Flexible leader. So maximum battle roll in hills, which we are going to indeed be fighting in. That is going to be a good benefit to us. Let's also call in our allies before we forget. Call all of you to war. Spend a ridiculous amount of prestige to do so. Remember to stay hydrated. Yes, thank you, bot. Thank you. I'll take a drink. just to see it's getting good. Okay. Right, so let's head in here. We will win decisively because there were basically no troops there. So it's now roughly even. And of course this daughter has the good genetic traits, of course she does. So let's try and reinforce them in the family. Okay, so no one that has a good synergy with the pretty trait is unfortunate to see. So I think we will reinforce the strong trait. And there we go. So our two allies have joined in. There we go, betrothal has been accepted. So you are in wherever you are. Oh, okay, there's your troops coming in, 153. Maybe I probably shouldn't have asked you to come in. And where do you reside? Okay, you also reside across the English Channel. We will probably lose. We are defending in hills, but they have the greater number. So let's just hope that our marshal, not our marshal, our commander can do it better. They are losing more troops. The bar is slowly heading in the right direction. It's heading in the wrong direction, the right direction. Come on, come on. Keep going in that direction. Come on. Okay, councillor's been slain, so we need to get someone new in, which is that. That was our chancellor. So unfortunately, our best one is our steward. Let's reassign him. And, okay, the only good one. Okay, so our Spymaster becomes our steward. So then our Spymaster is our uncle, who does have a good opinion of us. Nope, that's going in the wrong direction. We're going to lose this battle. The good news is it may be that they have lost so many troops that we can actually come back in and try and attack it again. And yes, I thought that might happen. Murder, murder, murder. Murder, murder, murder. So we could get a couple of people on board. They will only add 12% each. So that is honestly better than nothing. How much? 56 gold for you. 75 gold for you. And 58 gold for you again. Toxicite, what's been happening? We have a claim on the Kingdom of Wales. So, let me just go back a bit. So, King Ithel, we seduced his wife. She had a child who may or may not be ours. We're not 100% sure. Then we decided that we wanted to kill King Ithel, and we invited his wife onto the plot. He died drinking poisoned mead, so now his two sons hold some of the territory. And because his eldest son was a child, the Pope graciously allowed us to have a claim on the title because he is a child. So now we are going to war for that one. It is also a pressed claim, so even if we lose, our heir can get an unpressed claim on it. So that also means that our son can potentially try and come back and gain the Kingdom of Wales. So we may actually be in a good situation. And let me tell you, aside from the fact that King Adolfonso is joining in with his over 4,000 troops, Yeah, we may be. Okay, and the plot to kill her has been discovered, so we will have to cancel that. It's a good thing I didn't spend any money. Hopefully, with our allies coming in, we'll be able to siege down territory. We don't want to siege that one, we want to actually go and siege the capital. So we'll be able to fight off the army, siege down the capital, and actually get our... I thought that was Asturias coming in already, but no, that's just our other ally coming in to help us. Sailors, I hope you don't want me to actually say that in the accent that you've written it as. Oh, good. Okay, so 8 months left on that one, 6 months left on this one. So we've got 10 siege weapons, and they do not have any. Okay. Oh, and there we go. Okay, so you have gained the pensive trait, which is learning focus. Toxicite, although that would give us that immersion. So yes, we've already breached the walls, so we could assault the fort if we wanted to. It will cause 36 casualties every day. So seeing as we are about to lose, we are about to get slaughtered. Whoops. Oh well. We can't go for a white piece, nope. So unfortunately we're going to lose our claim on the Kingdom of Wales if we surrender. Unfortunately, yeah, there's no way we're going to get out of this. Bad idea. Basically, nice try, but bad idea. Minus 43%. Oh well, we tried. We tried. And yep, we're back on the council as the Spymaster once again. Which you know is a horrible idea. I don't know why you keep on doing it. Okay, so now what do we do? I don't think that claim will get passed back. Yes, surprisingly, we're not jailed and we are indeed on the council. So honestly, I think probably what is going to be a better idea is to let... So we're going to have to wait 3 years to rebuild. But hopefully, when these two get married, because we are on the council, so long as that doesn't get changed around, we should be able to murder her before she has any children. That will obviously break the alliance. Maybe we'll be able to get a claim back on the throne. Let me just see. Request claim will not accept. So obviously he's now an adult, so that has gone negative. However, can we get a hook on you? Yes, we can. Only a 15% chance. Only a 15% chance, so that's not going to be amazing. And of course, all of our council keeps on just disappearing on us. However, you are a good, very good Spymaster, plus 61 opinion of us. We don't have anyone to put in the stewardship position though. Oh goodness. And we are almost 1000 prestige. Negative 1000 prestige, which is not a good thing either. So, while things are going on, let's actually zoom out, get a new intrigue perk. Oh, this is interesting. So I've never actually seen this one with a option to, or a trait option Toxicite, back to work, lurk mode, good luck. Thank you, hope the rest of your workday is good. So let's indeed go for this one. So because we have a strong trait, we can haul out a table from the hall and go sledding. And yes, indeed, sailors, very good eye. Normandy has formed. So they are allied to East Anglia. And we also have a bit of East Anglia in France. Okay, yep, we'll just make you honest. So yes, we also have East Anglia in the north of France, and we've also got East Anglia in this little bit of territory for some reason. But mind you, Wessex is all the way down here as well. So who knows what on earth is going on. And yep, so there we go, formed from the French and Norse culture in the year 909. So this indeed does synergize well with the Royal Court DLC, when there is an historical precedent for a culture forming, or a named culture forming from two different ones. They do actually use the historic name. And yes, we are hereby arrested under crimes against the crown. So we've been captured and detained, unfortunately. And of course we don't have a steward, so we can't really do anything. So let's actually see what's been going around in the world. Anything interesting, other than obviously England coming through and nabbing bits of France here and there. So basically I'm just looking for any kind of cultures or countries that are not generally where we expect them to be. Okay, so you're at war with generally people that are, whoops. Okay, so gains a weak hook on us, which is fine. That is the easiest thing that he could have done, and we are back as a Spymaster once again. So yes, this is looking pretty standard, all things considered. So yeah, no real big surprises, no real big upsets or changes in how things have been working. Byzantines in Dalmatia, are they? Okay, so changing high taxes, oof. That's going to impact us potentially quite a bit. Oh dear. Oh. So yeah, the Byzantines are trying to spread their influence. However, their leader is a 13-year-old with typhus. And their heir is 7 years old. That is not good. So where is that actually going to go down? So okay, so you are of the same house. So it's going to go to a completely different house if those two children die. That will be something interesting to see. Let me just say that will be something interesting to see. So we've got our Spymaster increasing control there. You are still at war. Oh my goodness. You are still at war. However, military strength is similar. Thing is, I'm not sure. Can we go to war still? Yes, but we will lose an awful lot of fame doing so. Partly because obviously we can't afford it. Okay, and that's just a standard event. Okay, so you two did get married. Ah, okay, we cannot actually murder her for a bit longer. Okay, our wife is pregnant. You two, yes, you two are married, but you have not gotten pregnant just yet. You are... Ooh, so you are potentially... You potentially have your attention elsewhere because you've been called into a war. She is now pregnant. However, I'm just going to wait because we may not be able to kill her. But we can kill him. So whatever child she has, we kill him. We have 16 years to try and get the Kingdom of Wales back again. And honestly, the fact that... Ooh. No. I was hoping that because she was within reach, we should be able to get our daughter back. But I don't think it works that way. So we've recruited you. And anything that we can honestly do doesn't look like it. So nothing too special there. Yeah, and we do finally have someone that we can be a steward. Yeah, so I think we'll let the Queen Mother of Essex go because we've had our fun with her. We've had our time with her. Yep, there we go. So Andalusian Uprising. So what can we do? Okay, a new son who thankfully doesn't have any traits. So we'd need a Casus Belli on you. Let's get that one going. I'm going to start snipping away at Ireland as much as I can. You're 11 years old, you don't have any alliances with anyone. You are vastly superior and we are waiting for you to... Oh. Okay, so that could be interesting. That could be interesting, so that may actually mean that our plans of taking Irish territory unfortunately go amiss. He finished increased control there, so let's move you over. That will take 6 years. Oh, goodness. And are there any factions that we can do? Nope. So we have a truce with the king, so we can't do that. Let's see. Okay, you had a son. Let's start up a murder scheme. Who is this? Okay, so this is just a random courtier. Yeah, so let's just... We know we no longer really need someone additional in our court. So we've got a plot scheme going on. It is honestly just us, but we are the Spymaster, so... Oh, here we go. The rise of the Scots. Though they share common origins with other Anglo-Saxons, the clans living in northern Britain's lowlands have adapted to life in the rugged terrain. Diverging culturally and linguistically from their former countrymen, these Scots have enthusiastically embraced their new cultural identity. So there we go, another historical culture has been formed. Yes, I seriously want that Kingdom of Wales title again. And of course this time, we do potentially have the option to wait a few more years. Because obviously if we manage to kill him off... There we go, receiving frequent messages from 3 sacred beings. So who do we want to pray to? So we can gain Invigorated, which gives us a huge health boost. Happy Family, so close members and spouses, plus 15 opinion. We could gain Confident Scholar. You know what? We're 48 years old. We are fine in terms of our health, so let's get Invigorated and try and keep ourselves alive for a bit longer. Okay, and let's go for it. Whoops. Oh dear. It's not going too well for all these kings of Wales, is it? It is not going too well for them. So, highwaymen ambushed King Cadfan. Bandits poured out from among the trees, calling for blood and gold. Oh. Sorry. Hiccups always seem to happen like that. So anyway, the bandits are now hunted by all and no one even suspects my involvement. Oh dear. It's such a shame what is happening to all these kings of Wales at the moment. Such a shame. Well, we've got another claim on the Kingdom of Wales. And we have probably about 10 years to step in and do some work. Of course, that also means that that has broken the alliance with Asturias. And how is Ulster doing? In 3 different wars now. And okay, this is just getting ridiculous now. I'm sorry, this is just getting ridiculous. You keep on giving me the position of Spymaster. Even though half the reason I've been able to do all of this is because you keep on making me the Spymaster. Sailor's very great AI. Yes, indeed. The thing is, I know why the AI is doing this. Because to the knowledge of the AI, obviously someone has been plotting against the Kings of Wales because they have obviously been dying. However, the person scheming has not been found. Ergo, the best way to stop all these things happening is to get the best person in the domain, the person with the highest intrigue skill, to be the Spymaster. Unfortunately, the person who has been killing everyone is the person who has the highest intrigue, which is the player, which is me. Which means I can keep killing. Yeah, unfortunately, these are some of the situations where, unfortunately, you know, like, if this was a player, if I was playing against someone else, they would probably start suspecting something when the spouse, when their Asturian spouse was being targeted for an assassination attack. He's too powerful to be kept alive. Well, we just had a random event which gave us Invigorated, which gave us a huge boost, which means we are now feeling fine. What would really be nice if we could actually get rid of the drunkard trait somehow. And possessed would also be good to get rid of. But once again, we have a claim on the Kingdom of Wales again. The Pope liked us just enough to give it to us. So we have it. And it is a pressed claim, so we can go down to our son and heir. So let me see, is there anyone good for you to marry? We've got a couple of people with the fecund trait. Fortunately not too much else. There is a genius here, let's do that. And all of our other daughters, aside from the one who is not in our court, are also betrothed to generally okay people. You are 63 years old and still hanging around. So you were Red Wolf. Prince Red Wolf is getting the petty kingdom of Essex. So how much land does that control? Quite a bit of land. Apparently Brittany has been under the control of Wessex for so long it's actually become de jure part of that kingdom, which is interesting. So we do have our bishop over here to try and fabricate a claim in Ormond, but I think we're going to leave that for the moment. Okay, you are still indeed Asatru, as are you. So we can still only just about take the Isles again, unfortunately. Who else is around? Okay, you formed a Picto-Norse culture. That's interesting. So you are insular. I cannot honestly remember if the Scottish empires, or not Scottish empires, but Scottish lands start as insular as well, or if it is just the Irish. Oh. Okay, so we are at war. Now, what is this one for? Claim on the Duchy of Man. Yeah, it's basically, you know what, you can have it. And I just love how our liege looks here. Like little baby, arms crossed. However, this is once again a good opportunity for us, because if Strathclyde wears down the army, we can potentially come in and okay, so we have a son from her who has, unfortunately, yep, handsome and hale. However, he is our courtier, so hopefully. Let's see, who can we get you betrothed to? Let's do you, because that will reinforce those traits. And yeah. I know, my simple acts come at a cost. We lose a level of devotion. I don't really care about that at the moment. So our son, ooh. Okay, so this is our eldest son, so he will make a brilliant knight. He got a 4-star top tier military education, and he is an aggressive attacker. Unfortunately, he only has 7 prowess, but he is, well, he's not going to be inheriting anything anyway, so we can go out and fight in the fields. So we can obviously see how all of the troops and such are moving around. So nice troop number of 1, 2, 3, 4 there for a split second. And you do have allies, so you're allied to Desmond, which is down here. So this is currently, let me just go back. So what did that say? Between the Queen Mother. Okay, so your mother got remarried to Desmond. Yep, okay. They can get married absolutely fine. So what would happen, I suppose? What would happen? Actually, no. Let's change you off that, because we won't want it anytime soon. We will need to obviously reinforce the Kingdom of Wales once we take it, because yes, once we take it. So 12 slot power for 14 gold. Yeah, for 14 gold, I will indeed invite you along. So 73% chance of success and 88% chance of secrecy. And yes, I know I'm pretty much just honestly going around and killing everyone left, right and centre. Ah, shame. So unfortunately it's been found out that we are trying to kill him, and we cannot attempt to kill her for 5 years, and we obviously won't be able to. Okay, that is interesting. Let's start the scheme again, because apparently we can do that. No, it actually looks like it has successfully updated. That is a slight shame, and our court position has died, so our only options are very, very poor. So let's go and search for a court position. And while we're doing that, how is our stress? Looks fine. 12 learning versus 8 learning. Neither of you. I honestly actually prefer her. So I know she's probably not the best one. Yeah, aptitude terrible, but... Okay, so this is our lover. So let's do this. So, obviously she has quite a high intrigue, but she is our lover, so she has plus 100 opinion of us. Oh, okay, someone else is at war with us. So a claim on the lordship of Gwent, so all the way down here. That is going to be slightly aggravating for us. That is going to be slightly aggravating. The thing is, we could potentially go into the war, and that would drag him out because we have an alliance with him. Or so we should. No, we have an alliance with his brother. There's too many people to remember, too many moving parts. And we've lost our marshal. Hey, the Welsh culture has embraced the tradition. What tradition? Yeah, royal court is a fair bit buggy. So I have no idea what we have adopted. I have no idea what we've adopted. Okay, we're still missing 2 tribal innovations. We're going for barracks and public works. Sorry, there's something merchants, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. Little bit glitchy. There are losing options. Okay, I know we only have a 13% chance. Like, murdering a child. Are you certain about this? Well, let's try it. And he still lives, and yep, we know. He knows about us. In the traditions, not innovations. Okay. So, potentially maritime mercantilism? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense. And another child, no genetic traits. But we do have an awful lot of children that we can actually potentially start marrying off for alliances. But I think I obviously want to kind of keep that more, not necessarily hidden away, but the odds of you honestly getting anything. Alliance power. So this is a Jarl, Petty Kingdom of Mercia, but we want to take over Mercia. Yeah, let's start beginning to spread rumours throughout our courtiers. Because if they can't work together, then they won't be... Or they will have less time to potentially plot against us. And new lifestyle perk once again. So yes, unfortunately, it looks like we are going to lose Gwent to Wessex. But there is always the potential that if someone manages to create the Kingdom of England, which honestly the way we're going isn't going to happen anytime soon. They need 13-day UA counties, and I'm not quite sure anyone really has that amount, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not quite sure we're going to see the AI pull together the Kingdom of England anytime soon. We've obviously got the Kingdom of Ireland and the Kingdom of Alba. England is a bit of a mess, which admittedly is what I was hoping for. Because obviously it means that we can still come through and pick them off bit by bit, hopefully. So, probably because of bringing in allies, they won the war. So the Duchy of, or the Isle of Man, rather, is still in our hold. Wessex is blobbing, yes. We saw it when we zoomed out a bit, but yes, they've got that. They're starting to take over France. They've actually grabbed Normandy. Italy has somehow managed to spread into North France. And then obviously East Anglia kind of just has bits and pieces absolutely everywhere at the moment. That's just reverse 1066. Yes, it definitely seems like it. Okay, so this daughter has become an adult. She's gained a 4-star education. Yeah, it is almost the reverse of 1066. I was kind of hoping for all of this to be a reverse of England taking over. Like a reverse, so Wales would take over England. But honestly, it looks like we're going to have the kingdoms of Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. But England's just going to be a fractured mess. England is just honestly going to be a fractured mess. So we do still have the claim on Ulster. Unfortunately, everyone seems to be fighting over that, so we'll leave that for the time being. How many troops do you have? So your military strength is rated as similar. And oh, unfortunately you are ill. So who on earth would the title go to? So the oldest sister for some reason, not uncle. Okay, so you died under suspicious circumstances. Oh, okay, you were killed in battle about 7 years ago. That would be why. So join me in the war against the Tyranny. Oh, as a defender. Okay. Loses 750 fame. We're going to have to accept that and just deal with it. So this means that we're not going to be able to go to war. Well, that one is raised. However, hopefully their war will be over pretty soon, and we'll be able to call them into our war against King Ethel II. Yep, so there we go. Gwent is now under Wessex's control. And that has absolutely destroyed their military strength. You are allied to Strathclyde. And once again here. Is this because you are right? This is because you are a ruler in your own right. I think that's what it is. Oi, get out my territory. Heresy. Okay, this is one I don't think I've... Ooh, organised dualism faith. This is interesting. So where is this? East Francia. So what twisted mockery of our faith is this? Or they have some good points. No, we'll just say what twisted mockery is this. Another intrigue. Great deal of portraits from various noble women, both foreign and local. They've mostly gathered dust. Perhaps I should bring them out and select my next romantic pursuit. No. We'll ignore that one. Our military looks to be... Okay, we've won that war. So we'll just disband that. And your military strength is similar to ours, but we want to obviously get in there. So what makes up the majority of yours? So some skirmishers and archers. And we want... Yes, most of these are indeed already hired. But hopefully numbers will make up for it more than anything else. So our military strength is pretty much full, as is our allies. So, you know what? Let's go for it. No, not an independence war. Kingdom of Wales lose an absolute ton of prestige. Raise all of you. Let's call you into war. We can call dynasty members into war, so we'll not accept because he's already at war. You are imprisoned, so you can't be called in. However, you can. You have 128 troops. I'm not going to do that. So instead, turn the speed down a bit and keep your fingers crossed, everyone. Keep your fingers crossed. So we have our ally joining in the war. Let's march over to the capital. I am starting to get deja vu. Oddly enough, I am starting to get a bit of deja vu because this is how it happened last time. However, our allies are much, much nearer than they were before. We do indeed have siege weapons. They do as well. So we potentially do have a bit of a siege battle going on. But please keep your fingers crossed that we are going to win the war. Okay, so we do have a couple of people. So 385 joining in. And 1,400 joining in. So we obviously just want to keep an eye out for any boats pulling up. Hopefully this army... Oh, yep, there we go. Come on, you need to come here quicker, please. Please. That should be 2,500 troops altogether there. We've broken through the walls. So they have maximum 6 months left. We have 9 months left, but hopefully these new troops coming in. Okay, they're going up to siege the Isle of Man. I don't care about the Isle of Man in terms of the game. I don't care about the Isle of Man in terms of the game. You can siege that down all you like. All it's going to do is just give me further opportunities to siege down your territories. Because you're obviously going to have to get your boats out. Okay, so we do have an option to hire... So what trait do you have? Unyielding defender. Okay, you're actually... you have fewer troops, but you have a much, much better leader. So let's send you over here, and this should be able to supply all of you without much of an issue. So yes, this is why trying to be strategic. So let's merge those armies so you are indeed at the forefront. So military engineer, siege phase time minus 30%. Reaver and holy warrior don't matter, but you do have a 28 commander advantage. And this does mean we have 1,200 more troops than our enemy. So that is going to take you 9 months. We have 3 months left on this. So we can afford to bump up the speed a little bit. We can afford to bump up the speed a little bit. Let's wait. 4 troops. 4 troops coming along. Okay, so that has given us 19%. Where do we want to siege next? Let's go down here. Let's go down here and siege this. And our allies are going off to go and siege a different area. Okay, that is fine for now. That is fine for now. Okay, betrothal fulfilled. Right, okay. Yes, good. Fine. Yes, we are still allied to you. That is fine. Oh, goodness. Okay, when this war is over, I'm going to need to go and take a break. Because honestly, this has just been... this has been stressful. So unfortunately, hiring those mercenaries, we are going to be going into debt, but hopefully once again, the fact that we will have... Okay, yes, let's send you up here so we can actually... Oh, goodness. Okay, why on earth? Okay, was that, did the leader of the mercenary group just die or something? But anyway, what I was doing was I was trying to find the, army attachment button, but it doesn't look like there is easily one. Keyboard's being a bit sticky, which is the worst time for it to happen. And apparently you are going to walk all the way through North England to come down and get to us. Well, whatever you want to do, it's just giving me much more time to siege down once again. So that siege that we just completed, thankfully it did give us enough money to keep going for a few more months. Okay, and you are sieging that territory down there. We should be able to come in and attack you with no problem. Like so. So it does say we will probably lose, but they are being scared off anyway. Can we stop you? Yes, we can. So we can let you head away. And where do we want to go to next? Let's head back up here. A comfort from a friend. Okay, one of our councillors has just died. I'm not really fussed about that too much. Okay, so you're coming in here to siege, so you've got 6 months left, we've got 4 months. So you may be able to take it before we can effectively come through. And oh my goodness, look at that. Oh, look at that. Our ally is coming up here to de-siege the Isle of Man with 3 troops. Yeah, that's not 30 or 300 or anything like that. That is 3 people grabbed a boat. That is 3 people grabbed a boat and they are up there trying to siege, but they are not going to succeed. Because 3 is less than 184, which is the number of people that are actually... Oh good, they've realised the futility of it. Let's have a look at this. So will we lose decisively? Okay, well let's just go and siege some more of your land then. We are going to have to bait you out at some point. New intrigue. And a new Chancellor. I don't think we... Okay, that's leprosy, not typhoid. I had a moment of panic then. So where is our steward? Here. Oh, you're not... You don't consider yourself important anyway. So we'll put you there. And then we have a skill 11, which is our Spymaster. Not good. So we'll put our knight in, who has a skill of 8, which is pretty bad, but... Okay, so we've lost an artifact. Someone got captured. So my wife and my son-in-law. Neither of those are things I overly care about right now. Honestly, I think... Okay, open terrain expert. No, we don't want that one. Reckless, no. So this is the son that I said would be a good knight. Well, indeed he will. Okay, so we want to come back in here and siege this down and hold it. And hopefully we'll be able to bait the enemy soldiers in at some point. Or we could potentially come down here. So this is forest. And I love how we just see like occasionally 1 or 2 new troops trickling in. So if we came in here, this was potentially lose. So if we come back up here and siege that, so we are at 35%. You. This definitely does wear on you after a bit, so maximum 3 months left, maximum 4 months. Yes, they're definitely going to finish that before we do. Okay. Oh. So this is a strong hook on us. Oh, let's just decline. So this has given us negative opinions on pretty much everything. However, I wasn't going to let him have a strong hook on us just on the off chance that he would use it to try and cancel out the war when we are of an option to potentially actually get somewhere with it. So here we can see that we are winning this decisively. 53%. Okay, so what needs to be sieged down still? Yes, so we'll go down here and siege that area. And we should be on clear footing now. So this will expire in 4 months, which should be, fingers crossed, should be fine. We should have more than enough military power to stand against them. Obviously I want to keep an eye on where these people are going. They are coming up here. So we want to try and head them off and come back in and take them. We want to obviously fight down as many troops as we can before the contract expires. So let's actually just keep an eye on that. Where we go? 1 day left. Okay. That was lucky. There we go. So the contract has run out and the soldiers have been dismissed. However, we are at 72% war score. Okay, one of our courtiers / vassals has changed culture. And honestly, I think so long as we kind of stay around, we should be able we should be able to manage this and we will be the King of Wales once more. Okay, let's see. So this has 3 months left. That has 6 months, so there are troops coming in to reinforce. But we do have 2,000 troops versus their 1,000, more or less. And let's see. Yes, we'll try and begin spreading rumours around once more. Though our courtiers are too busy looking over their shoulders at each other to start plotting against us. Okay, siege 1, 91%. This says that we will definitely lose, but that may be calculating on our 827 and the fact that we are slightly in debt. Seeing as our ally comes along and we can shred through them. And this is our legitimized daughter. There we go. We have won. Oh my goodness. Impulse demands. We are the King of Wales. We are the King of Wales at the age of 58. At the age of 58. As a drunken, lunatic, murdering, possessed person, we are the King of Wales once again. Now, I am going to learn from all of the games that I played, trying to figure out where on earth we could go from where we left off last time. So I have learned we are not going to overextend ourselves. Basically, one of the trial runs I did when I restarted, I took over Wessex. And that basically stretched me so thin we had no choice but to do, obviously, just, well, we kind of had no choice but to surrender. So anyway, let's have a look. So I'm just trying to see the family tree and who is going to inherit this, because we obviously have a betrothal. Thought we had a betrothal with one of you. Yes, you. So you will actually ransom him without a fuss. So you have a Duchy of Wessex implicit claim. So claims that are given to eligible children on all titles held by their parent. So if we were to somehow... Let's see... So that is your second son. Oh goodness, I cannot believe I'm doing this. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get something more to drink. So for everyone to get up, kind of stretch your legs, have a break if you need to, and we'll be trying to get rid of these hiccups. And we will be back in 15 minutes. So I will see everyone back in 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, right. Just, oh my goodness, I cannot believe that worked. I cannot believe that that actually happened. Using cloud, welcome back. Thank you. Okay, so, right. What I was just about to do. Okay, so we obviously have the King of Wessex. So this is going through. So this is basically going through this character. And how much plot power do we have against him? 82%. So if we start the scheme. And yes, I know that we are compassionate, but we are putting a load of schemes on everyone, which I know is not appropriate. Okay, so, and obviously as we are now the King of Wales once more, we actually have the court again. Okay, so this is basically our lover is being condemned by court, tarnishing my court's reputation in the eyes of the clergy and faithful. So we can say it's not my place to judge, in which case we will get harbour criminals for 5 years. We tell her she must repent, time to arrest the beast. So imprison her. Cannot host you anymore. So she leaves the court. I think that is probably the most compassionate option. So court grandeur is now at level 3. And let's just have a look. So what court artifacts can we put? Oh, okay, we need to repair this. Right. And also we can see the history of this one. So this is right back when we started. When we started as the king or Duke of Wales and became king. So it was created 887. There's inherited, claimed by a couple of more people, seized after a siege. So seized, given to someone, inherited, taken, inherited, seized, taken. So it's been through a fair few people. So, and it only unfortunately has 5 years left on it. And we also have this Welsh tapestry. So indeed, that is a masterwork large wall ornament. So we will very nicely put that there. I think this one we will honestly keep, just because the odds of it kind of wearing down in time are pretty positive. So there we go. So we now have a masterwork Welsh tapestry. Let's actually see the history of this one. So this was created in the year 950. So dynasty opinion +3 and court grandeur bonus +3. And let's also see our court grandeur. So what are the settings at? Wow, okay. So basically they were doing nothing. So let's bump up these two. Yes, that will cost us 0.4 gold a month, but we'll increase our baseline. And so that will get us not quite to level 2, so we'll need 15 for that. So we'll do that for now. We are going to gain about 1 gold a month. But honestly, let's just see how bad... Let's just honestly see how bad our kingdom is. How many vassals? We've only got 4 vassals actually, and one of them's in prison. So obviously this kid absolutely hates us. So what could we do? Crown authority. Oh my... yeah, okay, we need an absolute ton of crown authority to be able to do that. So we ourselves only hold 2 things. So... Okay, already considering a proposal from us. Right, so that is more There we go. So accept the ransom offer. So imprison. Success chance -5%. So he will rise up in rebellion with other disgruntled vassals. Which ones? Because my vassals are pretty chill about me. Okay, so our best chancellor is our Spymaster, so I think we will leave him there. And our best steward, we've got a 61-year-old, so yes, let's do that. So increase control in county. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is okay. Which one is going to take the quickest or shortest amount of time, rather? So 6 months, 5 years, 3 years, 3 years, 6 years, 6 years. Okay, so we'll start here and then go on, because obviously we will need to. I think honestly it's easier to get the ones which are almost at control easier, like get those ones up easier. Okay, so we want to ransom our wife out as well. Ooh, look at that. So our player heir, son and knight, look at that. A genius. A absolute genius. Yeah, that kid just inherited both genetic traits from his parents. So, oh my goodness, where do we want to go from there is the question. Where do we want to go from there? Because we could, like, marry him off to someone who has the hail trait and try and reinforce that. We could try and wait to see if there's another genius around and just absolutely confirm that one in the family tree. Not to mention, of course, we also have... we're about halfway through to the next dynasty legacy, which is where we can select a specific congenital trait to become more popular, or more common rather. So we already have the chance of inheriting good congenital traits is up 30%, as is the chance of new ones, so basically spontaneously generating those. Chance of reinforcing the congenital traits, another plus 30%. Chance of inheriting bad ones is down 30%, and chance of new bad ones is also down 30%. Which reminds me, that is something that I have not actually looked at. So, there, it is, yes, pure-blooded. So, inbreeding can come at a cost of a trait called, well, you'd probably expect it, inbred. However, it can also mean that there is a trait called pure-blooded, which gives you a boost to your fertility and a small boost to your health, and reduces your inbreeding chances by 50%. So this is basically if you have if you're inbreeding your family quite a lot, you basically have a coin flip when it comes to things. So it's either so it's basically you either have a coin flip and a chance to get the amazing pure-blooded trait, or you have the chance to get the inbred trait. And as we can see here, there are 70 characters that have the inbred trait versus 2 that we saw that had the pure-blooded trait. So that was what I was just quickly looking forward for, to see if there was anyone who might perhaps happen to have the pure-blooded trait that we could marry in. Alas, not so much. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so he's died of an illness, I presume. Oh, no, slain in battle, actually. So you are in a war with someone. Yes, indeed. on the claim of the earldom of North Riding. Okay. And oh my goodness. Okay, so you've hired in a holy order and you do have 2 allies. Can you actually call them in? Or am I looking at the wrong thing? Okay, yeah, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. No, I swear you couldn't call vassals into wars like that. And oh my goodness, Italy, get out of North France! What are you doing there? Goodness sake. Although, speaking of that, the Byzantines, we did have that ruler, that kid who was, who had, what was it? Typhus. So whatever's happened to that, I have no idea. Yeah, let's just have a look at the title history of that. So, installed by faction demand. Okay, that might actually be you. Okay, yeah, that may actually be the character that we saw that had typhoid. So he obviously inherited it, and then his brother was installed by faction demand. So, yeah, there's always fun things going on in some part of the world. And of course, speaking of, so you are at plus 5%. So let's actually see. So vassals who cannot join factions. So obviously the one that's in prison. So our Spymaster could maybe, though he apparently wants the or the title of the Isle of Man. So, okay, yep, he would remain our vassal if we gave him that. Let's do that. So that means he absolutely loves us, which is good. How can I make you happier? Oh, I could ransom you out of prison. For 1. Nope, apparently she's just gone down to -2 because she wants a seat on the council. Fine. I really don't want to move our Spymaster across because he loves us. He's the one that we just gave the Isle of Man or the Duchy title to. And, okay, so our steward cannot actually be moved over for some reason. Okay, so I guess we'll have to do that and then just honestly suffer through having a poor, oh goodness, a poor chancellor. Okay, so you should like us as our reign comes in. So there we go. And obviously you absolutely love us. Imprisonment chance plus 50%. Ooh. That could be useful. No, not murder. We actually don't want to murder this one yet. So 43%. Act of tyranny causing all subjects to lose 20 opinion. Wait. I was going to say, is that, wait, who are we trying to murder? Too many things going on. Too many things going on. Okay, yes. Right, yes, we do want to murder you because then it's him who is betrothed to one of our daughters, but matrilineally, so he'll marry into our dynasty. So that means we should be able to get the king of, or the kingdom of Wessex into our, or under our control somehow. So yes, let's go for it. And of course, if we do manage to get Wessex, that is a huge chunk of land. And would that actually mean... So this would be Saxon elective. Let me just have a look at that one. If it will let me. Nope, it will not let me. I'm not sure I want to let you accept it. Oh, I mean it is... Which kid is this? Okay, it was the one I was hovering over. Yeah, okay, that's fine. If he gets killed, he gets killed. Which I know is such a callous thing to say. Which I know is such a callous thing to say, but honestly, he is like the 6th child. Okay, so which... So 21 months. 41 months. 14 months, rather. So yeah, I have no idea if like increased control in some territories actually means that the ones bordering it will also get increased control, or if it just happens to fall that way sometimes. And yes, of course, we can potentially go for Ulster if they weren't in so many bloody wars. Oh boy. Lothian is still not Christian. And we can't unfortunately declare war on you either. Request claim all minus 1,000 because we're already a king. Fine. Basically, don't get greedy. Okay, 95%. Yep, there we go. So the primary heir is now our son-in-law. So we are apparently also gout-ridden. So yeah, let's do no more than is necessary. Because gout is one of those conditions that is easily treatable. And yep, so our physician has done some good work. So thankfully, ooh, what's that trait? Warlike courtier. Interesting. Yes, the King of Wessex. His wife is too old to have any more children, so it is going to go to okay, not yes, so his wait, I thought we killed you. Ooh, right. So I'm not sure if that means he is the only eligible male, or anyway, this daughter has come of age. Let's indeed get them both betrothed, or both married off rather. Ooh, yep, she's pregnant. Okay, let's see, 7 months. Okay, so this is starting to look good. So East Anglia. Another that is a shame. That is a shame. So yeah, I must be very careful about this. Unfortunately, he is once again way too far down on the line of succession to even consider anything. And of course, we'll be keeping a very close eye on this daughter, because if she potentially... I know it's really bad. Okay. So may you go strong and wise, so you just have a 3, or you are intelligent, but no, like, strong trait. A woman. Okay, I don't know why you're thinking, like, I don't know why you're saying all this, because you're too far away for me to interact with you. If you want to get married, you're going to have to go and ask your courtier. Not courtier. Oh, apparently. So who can we get you? Okay, so you are vague, so you are quick, but you are also sterile. So that is not good. So we'll get you... Oh, wait, actually, there's... Apparently he's part of our dynasty. Okay, so I wasn't quite expecting to play matchmaker like this. So, a dance, trip to local infrastructure, private dinner for gossip or poetry night. So poetry night is obviously probably going to be the learning trait. Let's just do a dance. A dance sounds like a best AM good bet. Yeah. So was a poor choice, but it looks like they may have found some common interest anyway. So what do I want next? I think I will go for military and choose a strategy focus, because I think we need to get our military might up a tiny bit, especially seeing as we basically have no men-at-arms essentially. Oof, but yeah, that did not go as badly as I was thinking. This is the kind of story that Crusader Kings can pull through. We were basically a completely unknown, almost forgotten branch of the family, and yet we've managed to pull it back together, gain back the Kingdom of Wales for ourselves. Our inheritance for it is pretty secure. Like, the only thing that is going to someone else is... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Remote cultural acceptance. Because, yes, we want to create a hybrid culture, don't we? So our... Oh my goodness, our acceptance is at 39%. So basically, one more year, essentially. One more year, maybe a bit more. Maybe 2 years, and we could actually merge the cultures together, and then we can start spreading it around. And obviously it will help that Wessex is potentially going to come into our control, which means we're going to need to save up an awful lot of money to get the Empire of Britannia. So we'd need 80 de jure counties, of which we have 13, 1,000 gold, and 2 kingdom titles. We may actually end up having to destroy the Kingdom of Wessex title. We may end up having to destroy the Kingdom of Wessex title before we could actually, because otherwise, when we die, we're still on Confederate partition, so the 2 kingdoms would split apart, and that would just completely destroy any progress that we've made. But yes. the chance of us actually grabbing the Kingdom of Wales back was why I did not decide to just say, okay, we're starting again, because the opportunity and the possibility was still there. And this kind of story is one of the things that Crusader Kings can do magnificently. We can pull success almost out of nowhere. We can build ourselves up to be the Emperor of Britannia out of almost nowhere. Okay, let's let you in. Serve me well indeed. Oh, and apparently we've got a fair few people in our dungeon. Oh no, actually those two that died were the last two. Odd top, build yourself up on the corpses of your enemies. Well, that is indeed what this character has been doing. Obviously, despite having the compassionate trait, he is also possessed. So I'm kind of role-playing it with the mind of, yes, he is compassionate, so he's probably getting stressed out about that. But he's also possessed, and we have seen, at least on a couple of occasions, that he has had delusions of varying types. So anyway, the pageantry of court continues. A deep, insistent desire to call for my wine and lose myself in it slowly builds. Leofheim notices my distance. So I can say, my apologies, you were saying. Regain 21 stress. Forgive me, I have other business to attend to, which is a really bad option. Or just say, very good. Yeah, pull yourself together, you are the king. So that does mean we gain 21 stress. And look at this, so we have an inspiration. So she has that. So it doesn't actually say. Some of the previous ones that I've seen have said that, like, this, like, or she will make an exquisite one, or she will make a poor one. So I'm presuming the fact that there's neither of them there means that she will just honestly create an adequate piece of work. And speaking of pieces of work, antiquarian. So you are average, but you are 29 years old. So artifact decay reduction minus 17% and will enable us to reforge or repair our artifacts. Occult tutor. Let's see. So you are Catholic and unfortunately Welsh, so we can't use you to let people learn Anglic as we were trying to do at the very beginning, and hopefully that is not going to tank our economy too much. Okay, so you had a daughter. Okay, that is fine. She is okay. You did actually inherit both genetic traits. Powerful vassal. Okay, so that is a county title. So this is... okay. So someone from Wessex is trying to claim a bit of Wales from us. I don't think that's going to go the way you want it to. Okay, so the Kingdom of Wessex and the Petty Kingdom of Kent. The Earldom of Surrey and the Earldom of South Saxe. And the Earldom of Anjou is going to be going to a daughter. And okay, just tier 1 beauty. That is fine, I suppose. Okay, so how can we get our prestige back up? Let me just see. Okay, so we're not paying any expenses to court positions. Anything? Doesn't look like an easy way. Ooh, that's good. There we go. So intelligent and robust. So we do have an option for for a hunt or a modest feast. To gain prestige, but we can't afford any of those options. And do we want to buy some scale armor? Yes. Yes, we do. And there we go. So prowess plus 2.1 prestige a month and knight effectiveness plus 4%. Actually, let's have a look at our knights. Hey, knight effectiveness 110%. Oh, nope. Okay, nope. We don't want our player heir to be a knight. Nope, because otherwise the risk of him dying is going to be... So this is... Yep, fine. So Duke Merfin has a lover. Fine. I mean, unless it is someone of note, I don't really care. It is not someone of note. Court Grandeur is back at level 2, which is once again absolutely fine. It's going to kind of wobble between 2 and 3 because we are steadily above 2, but not quite able to get to 3. So who indeed can we go to war with? Because I think we may be in a situation where we obviously can get Wessex kind of under our control. And I mean 26%. And we would gain a critical amount of stress. Okay, so how much? Okay, so reforge would cost us 1 gold, and repairing would cost us 38. That repair will cost us 25, but I don't think we can repair it just yet. And obviously we have nowhere near enough money to commission an artifact. So what would actually happen if we lost this one? So we just lose a tiny amount of piety. Yeah, that's probably fine to lose. Okay, and you are now an adult. And let's have a look at the court artifacts while I stop my cat from licking my dinner plate. Okay, did anyone actually hear that little squeak from him? Because if someone did, please snip it. Okay, and unfortunately I think this is about to decay. Yeah, I think that one is indeed about to decay, which is rather unfortunate. Yes, that was Ollie. I was like, he let out the tiniest little giddy squeak. So, which one of these gives us knight effectiveness? Never remember. Prepare conscription, no. That's a spell I cost. Well, that one will probably be good. Hey, it's not any of those either. Chivalric dominance, there it is. We want that one. And yes, that was Ollie giving out a tiny little squeak. He was sniffing around my microphone and then just did a little as he is wont to do. Oh, we can ask our head of face for gold. Yes, please. 100 gold. And I promise you, we were going to use this to drive out some of the Vikings from the British Isles. After maybe securing our claim on the territory Wessex has anyway. A Prince Alfred. I mean, you are 60 years old, so you obviously didn't just pop out of nowhere, but I don't know why you weren't in contention beforehand. Okay, so Duke Merfin. Like, the true enemy of every soldier is complacency. We could exchange the castle's great gate for planks of wood and dull the arrows in the troops' quivers. Let the soldiers, lead the soldiers in a mock charge against the castle and see how well they do in action. So we can either get improved defences for 10 years or get a martial perk. Yep, we'll go for a martial perk. Okay, so a tightly shut gate and walls that loom high into the sky. Archers can be seen as shadows moving behind the battlements, and a feeling of genuine excitement permeates the air. In a lull before battle, I turn and address the soldiers. My order rings out loud and clear across the field. Okay, so this one is the riskier approach. 65% chance we walk in practically unopposed, but 35% chance we take heavy casualties but bring the gate down. Honestly, I was already thinking about bringing out the ladders for that anyway. So, taking the final step up onto the walls surrounding the castle, I survey the scene. Many soldiers may have been lost to the archers on the walls, but we will not be deterred. One after another, we overwhelm the defenders and stand victorious over the fallen. I take a deep breath and then it's time to press on again. So, possible outcomes, 57% progresses well, 42% poorly. Archers take up positions or hit them hard, show no mercy. Yep, archers take up your positions, so the attack progresses well. Let's try don't let up, we'll overwhelm them. Nope, poorly. Okay, we got defending force anyway. So, oh, something new. Ah, okay, yes, this one. The options with the latrines. So we'll get that fixed as soon as possible because it is more likely than not we would have lost a bit of money. Yeah, and there we go. The dynasty barrier's been destroyed. Okay, who is at war with us and why? What are you up to? Artifact Claymore. And someone wants a lordship or some such. And you've already gotten married. She is in prison, no. 2% chance. Anyone else hates me? Yes, you do. Do you want a seat on the council? I swear. Or am I thinking of someone else? I think I'm thinking of someone else. Fine, I'll find you a seat on the council. You know what? You're better than my current chancellor. Congratulations. You're better than my current chancellor. Congratulations. You can be on the council. As for you, you apparently have a pet cat. You apparently have a pet cat, but... as much as it's going to pain me, I think I am going to have to let you stay as you are. So I could fabricate a hook, and hopefully I can use that to persuade him to drop his claim on the Kingdom of Wales, so we don't actually have him as a problem anymore. Yes, we're starting to get quite a lot of good grandchildren in with at least one half-decent genetic trait. And let's just keep an eye on this one. Okay, so he has they do no more than is necessary. So he's... okay, we can't invite anyone else in. Mental break, so we'll go for a stiff drink. And then I think we'll also indulge in drink. That's gonna remove a ton of prestige, but it's also going to remove a Okay, so we can borrow 300 gold from a holy order. We'll have to pay it back, but it doesn't actually say how much interest we might have to pay for it. So honestly, this is... Yep, there we go. Helps me out. Okay, so even if that falls through, the fact is... Okay, yeah, I don't know why he has indeed suddenly just come along. Okay, which war is this? Oh, it's all the way down there. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not bothering with that. Yes, we really want the king here. Okay, he is feeling fine. So do we want a bad omen or a good omen? I think we'll do a good one. Yep. Let his guard down so murder gains progress. So basically, as long as this ruler seems to be mostly okay, hopefully neither of these two will suddenly pounce forward with a claim. Hopefully no one will pounce forward with a claim. So that is scheme to murder. Okay, we'll try again in 4 months' time because it is still only a 5% chance, rather unfortunately. Toxic Eye, back kind of sorta. Sweet Monkey Jesus, Wessex is looking thick. Yes, they are. And we are right in the middle of a scheme. So, this is the current King of Wessex, and you haven't actually even seen half of it. Wessex has started taking over France. They started with Brittany, and now they're starting to take over France. So anyway, we have this 49-year-old who is in fine health. I'm using Cloud, I heard thick. Yes. Sorry, Toxic Kai. Yeah. I probably should actually remove that. Let me just get rid of it. Because honestly, most people, well, everyone who's been chatting and caught by that has been like absolutely... where is it? There are spam filters. Okay, caps protection is now off. So please don't spam me with too many capitals. And odd top, we now know how to summon them using Cloud. But yeah, Toxic Kite. What happened? Why are they so thick? Somehow, let me just see. So somehow, when I wasn't looking, they kind of just ate Mercia. I'm not quite sure what happened, but at some point they just ate Mercia. So they ate Mercia. It technically doesn't even belong to the king yet. It doesn't even belong to the king. But anyway, they kind of grabbed that. They already had Brittany down south, and it honestly just looks like they'd been creeping through France. So anyway, the Kingdom of Wessex itself is under Saxon elective, and there are two people. So we've got this person who we're trying to murder. Unfortunately, he has found out about our plot, so we have a 5% chance of actually killing him. And this person is matrilineally married to, I think this is, yes, so this person is matrilineally married to our eldest daughter. They have had 2 girls so far, but she is 28 years old, so she has probably about at least 12 years. Am I going to be migrating towards Ireland? Probably not. At least not right at the moment. Because, yeah, Ireland is also looking suitably thick as well. As is, well, some part of Scotland. Anyway, we could probably try doing a holy war against the Jarl of Lothian here. But honestly, half of it is just so fractured, it is ridiculous. So I'm honestly kind of thinking if we try and like go up against Ragnarsson of Jorvik up here, grab territory from Lancaster, they're actually inferior to us at the moment. Yes, you do have a good enough skill to get the duchy, so we'll see, put you there and see what happens. The trophy to get married, yep, fine. And then this one here, they are similar to us. So we have options. We are marrying the second heir of Wessex into our family dynasty. And as much as it's probably going to be absolutely horrific in terms of the family tree and the bloodline, I'm thinking that we're probably going to be marrying or potentially marrying our grandchildren by our daughter to our grandchildren by our son, and trying to get the claim on the Wessex throne secured in our hands. Toxicite, horrific, she says, more like blessed. Well, I did showcase earlier that there are at least a couple of people in the world that actually have the pure-blooded trait, so if we get lucky, we might have that. If we get unlucky, we're going to have horrifically inbred people ruling the dynasty for a generation or 2, unfortunately. So, as my cat has just come around for attention once again, it is almost time for his dinner. And we are probably in a good place to stop for today. We've got 2 plots that are just about ready to be achieved. So we have this one, which fabricate a hook on the former King of Wales, which should take about 2 months. And this one to murder, which we may have to actually give up because it only has a 5% chance of success and only a 20% chance of secrecy. So we may have to give up on that one and just hope we get a strong trait comes, or a strong claim come through the family bloodline. But yes, oh my goodness, the highlight indeed was definitely getting the Kingdom of Wales back under our control. Oh my goodness. Okay, I will admit, hands up everyone who thought we weren't going to accomplish that. Hands up everyone who thought we'd have to restart in order to try and make this progress. Progress, yes. Culture, acceptance, 33%. Oh. Right, apparently England decided to expel Welsh merchants, and that has reduced the cultural acceptance by 10%, so we are worse than when we looked earlier. So that is another thing we'll be working towards next stream. Toxicite, honestly, I thought you were going to restart. I would have. Using Claudia is very lucky indeed, yes. I was saying this when you were away, but part of the reason I didn't immediately just go, okay, we're in a terrible situation, we're going to restart, is because we had the possibility of this actually happening. So as long as that was a possibility, I was going to keep pushing forwards. If we'd ended up in a situation like I had in one of my test runs when I was trying to go forwards with this, where we basically ended up, I think, being like a 2-year-old ruler. Yeah, that wasn't great. So we managed to get exceptionally lucky. I think in, well, I think I played it about 5 times, including this one on stream, and this was the only one that was even remotely successful. Pass in, yes. Thank you for stopping by. I know it's getting a fair bit late when you are, so I'll say have a good evening to you. Toxicite, yes. And hopefully some of the people who've come in here, who followed, who raided, hopefully this has been an interesting and entertaining stream for you. And I hope that people will be able to make some time to come along for the next stream. So on my schedule, I have it as 6 p.m. GMT Thursday. Let me actually just click over to the appropriate. Yep, here we go. So there we go. We have the schedule passing by for the next few streams. So Thursday will be 6 p.m. GMT, like this one was intended to be, but I did start a bit earlier. And then Saturdays at 1:30 GMT. And for the foreseeable future, it is all just going to be Crusader Kings 3, because I think this has just gotten so interesting that it is better to just continually stream this game until we have either finished or we are just in terms of nothing really else to do. And yes, Upasin, congratulations with the 55 followers. Yes, thank you again to everyone that's popped in and followed. So as we can see, we've also got a list of, unfortunately I could only make it the last 10 events, so we can see follows and raids and hosts and everything here. Using Cloud, thanks for the stream. Thank you and everyone for stopping by, having a view, having a chat. And on top, yes, this was an awesome stream. Okay, so congratulations on the affiliate. Don't say that quite yet because I still need to actually get the email through, but yes, this should mean that I get affiliate ship. So I will exit from Crusader Kings 3 and I will just have a quick look to see if there is someone that we can go and raid. So ideally, we'll be going and having a look to see if there is a VTuber. Yes, there is. So there is someone here who I was interacting with a short while ago. She has 28 followers. So let's go around and let's say hello to her. Let's give her a big raid, everyone. So let's go and say hello to her. So there we go, channel intended for mature audiences, but let's just go and wave and say hi. And hope to see people again next stream.